This thing? No. Helen, can you hear me without this thing, or are you just ignoring me? Ignoring! Helen, my aunt, not Helen. So we're going to get started with our first session in just a couple minutes. Ooh, wait. My lap? Oh, it's my mother's lap, actually. So we're going to start in a couple of minutes with our first session. I did want to give you a little bit of framing and context for today, because it's going to be somewhat different. So yesterday we really focused on how do we understand the disease, how does the disease operate in context, what are the various regulatory issues and challenges, and obviously sort of what is the upcoming prevention and treatment regimes that are the pipeline that hopefully will be around to save more lives soon. So we really thought yesterday was about knowledge building. And so today we're really trying to focus towards skill building. And we're going to have sessions that are really focused on
we need the mic.
Because you can't pick it up. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Does everybody have to use the microphone? Okay, sorry. Just to make sure that my lovely voice. So today's going to be much more about skill building. We're going to start off with how do we tell stories effectively as part of awareness raising and advocacy. Then we're going to do a sort of panel discussion about making a difference locally. And then we're going to have some wonderful folks talk about how you can use social media. And then we're going to also talk about how you support fellow sufferers and caregivers. Eileen Karina, for Packer disease, know how difficult it is, and Eileen is one of the experts in just how to do that effectively. And then lastly, and we'll talk a little more about this, and we'll definitely probably want volunteers, but Tonic and Sanofi are going to help us lead a media training in terms of how do you talk to the press, and there'll be some broad tips and knowledge everything you'll get. But we also do want to have some folks who will be willing to basically go through some, mock interviews and have those recorded. We will not put those on. They will not leave this room unless they are good and you're willing to have them leave this room. And the other last thing that I'll note is that after lunch, Richard Davis, who's the producer that produced our public service announcement, is coming. He's coming primarily to work on the media training part of it. But we are also going to have him probably work with Vicky Amari. And for those of you who are interested, what we'd like to do is, maybe pull a few people aside and have him ask you some questions and have you just respond to them, so that we can use those to refresh the public service announcement, which is about 4 years old now. So we really just want to capture as many good stories and real diversity as we can. So with that, I will turn us over to Hans Johnson and Lisa Freeman. Hans, you all met yesterday. He's still the president of Progressive Victory, right?
College cruise overnight.
no cruise overnight. And Lisa Freeman is somebody that I've known the whole time I've been doing this, and just think she's great. And she is now the head of the Connecticut Center for Patient Safety. So we're going to get started. We do need to
Just a brief moment of introduction here for anyone who's newly joining us today. Could you just, if you're joining us freshly today, could you just give a shout out? And give a brief thumbnail introduction if you could.
Vicky Amari, I'm on the advisory council for the foundation and help with public relations.
Anyone else?
Eileen Karina from Folsom, New York, Patient Safety and Advocacy Organization.
Welcome. Or City Fallon likes to say, welcome, welcome, welcome. Anyone else? All right, let's roll. Our session this morning is about storytelling and the importance of storytelling for advocacy, and a hands-on workshop, the chance to hone your own story. So remember the injunction yesterday to draft or come prepared today with a version of your story, ideally no longer than 400 words, so that we can all take part in a collective learning exercise of co-developing or honing our own story further. And to get us started on this workshop is the wonderful Lisa Freeman, next door from Kennedy.
Good morning. It's great to see everybody again today. I'm just going to kind of jump right into it, and I'm going to start by telling you all part of my story. My family recently acknowledged the 24th anniversary, not one that we celebrated, but the anniversary of the day that we were all impacted by a catastrophic medical error that changed our lives forever. On that day, at a prestigious teaching hospital, I think we can advance the slide, my husband, who was 37 years old, Rory, went in for what the surgeon told us would be a routine operation. It was going to be a decompression of the spine, and it was expected to take about 6 or 7 hours. Unfortunately, after I said, "Good luck, I love you," in the morning, somewhere after the surgery began at 7 o'clock, the surgeon lost his way. Apparently, he couldn't find what he was looking for. He was operating at the wrong levels. He caused significant blood loss, and after 18 hours in the operating room, the patient, Rory, my husband, a father, a son, an entrepreneur, a smart, really funny guy, was brought to the ICU. Later, we would discover that he was paralyzed from the waist down. He had suffered brain damage. And a few days beyond that, we learned that he had developed a surgical site infection, and he required yet another surgery. They debrided, and after several more, he had several more surgeries as time went on. That day changed our lives forever. He suffered great trauma to his body. It impacted his whole person, not just his back, but his very being. For him, every day after that was a struggle. It was filled with intractable pain and many obstacles. But he was really strong-minded and very strong-willed. He came up with ways to do things that he used to do, just differently. He retrained his body, and eventually he did get some feeling back in his legs. And over the course of a couple of years, through countless hours of physical therapy, he was able to stand and then even walk a little bit. His thinking improved a little bit too. Why don't you advance the slides? His thinking improved a little bit too, and he did a lot of his own brain training, and he did a lot with therapists, and he worked really, really hard. But much of his time was spent getting around in a wheelchair, using a trapeze to move around in his bed because he couldn't do things that we all take for granted, and it required so much effort and so much time for him to do. His pain never went away. In fact, over years, it got worse. Over years, he developed many chronic conditions as a secondary consequence of his acquired injury. After 18 years, he passed away from respiratory failure, congestive heart failure, and kidney failure. That was the sum total consequence of the spinal cord injury that he suffered during surgery so many years earlier. His story and his ultimate death were the consequences of medical error. There's also the story of our children, who were 8 and 3 at the time. There's also my story as well. Frankly, all of his friends, relatives, colleagues, and acquaintances were impacted by his medical error. Rory no longer had the energy or the capacity to focus on everyday activities and social events that we all participate in without giving it a second thought. He was exhausted just from getting through each and every day. Our children lost their dad, but they also lost their mom too, at least part of me, because I had to take care of him 24/7. I lost my partner and my soulmate, who I shared so much with, and now I was a full-time caregiver for. Everything that happened to Rory affected more than just Rory. His children were not able to play with him. They couldn't play catch. They couldn't do the everyday things. My son would throw a ball to him, and when Rory missed it from his wheelchair, my son would go and retrieve it, hand it to him so that he could throw it back to my son. We weren't able to go camping with the kids, as we had done before they were born, and we were looking forward to doing after they got a little bit older. He couldn't work again. His excellent memory was diminished, and his was now much slower. If I can focus on one lesson from his life, it would be in all the years that I provided care to him, he and I were the glue that held his care together. No one provider had an overall perspective that only we, the family, could have. All the medical expertise that the providers held, it was imperative that we were included in part of all the decisions. It can't be overstated. Patients and their families are the most underutilized resource in healthcare. To say that from bad things often come, they say that from bad things often come good. Since Rory died almost 5.5 years ago, I have been deeply involved in patient advocacy. I hope that I can take my experience and improve patient safety and the delivery of healthcare amongst my many activities. Currently, I'm now the Executive Director of the Connecticut Center for Patient Safety. I have chosen to make my primary mission the empowerment of patients and the patient voice in healthcare. Through telling his story, our story, I am able to share so many lessons that I learned. Through effective storytelling, you will be able to share your personal stories, the hard lessons learned, and the insights that you have gained to impact your audience in ways that data and statistics just can't. There are many lessons and experiences that can be shared in stories because they tug at people's hearts and people's souls. Sometimes they reach out and make a connection that might otherwise not happen, and that will really move your cause forward. My organization and I use stories as the basis for many of our discussions. We start many of our presentations, almost all of them, with patients. We use stories when we speak to and work with healthcare providers, when we meet with legislators, and when we educate patients. And we also use our stories to tell stories when we meet with the media. They are very, very powerful tools, and they come from you, and that's very important. That's my story today.
So, how many have used your own story like Lisa's that you just heard? And how many of you don't believe that Lisa became such an expert storyteller overnight? Did she just wake up one morning and be able to unspool a narrative like that? Did it just come out unvarnished gold? No. It's an iterative process. And like reading helps writing, like listening helps telling, the process of developing a story takes time, and it takes revision, it takes editing, it takes honing. So that's part of the message of today. If you take nothing more away from our session this morning, it's the permission to work with your story over time and to become your own best editor of your story, which can be hard, like listening to your own voice and like becoming fluent speaking in front of people that you don't know. Telling your story becomes easier with time. And if you start looking at what are some of the common elements of an effective story, you can become even more of a craftsperson in using your story to advance what your purpose is. So let's dive in, if we can, to just some of those components of the story. And to help guide that, I have a worksheet here with some guidelines on it. While that's going around, I'll just share with you some of the background from which the storytelling craft comes from, and some of the components of storytelling crafting. Every story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. And as many of you know from experience, being able to tell a story effectively dramatically improves the rate at which you get in the door and get. And I said it yesterday, and I'm going to say it again. Particularly when it comes to policy change, we have a particular barrier and a particular opportunity. The movement for patient safety and for C. diff recognition, awareness, prevention, and treatment is a women-led movement. If anything doesn't drive that point home, just look around the room today. Let's remember and celebrate the power that comes from teamwork, and that sisterhood is a really indispensable part of this teamwork. But when it comes to policymakers, we often face a majority male environment. Still, in most parts of the country, in almost every state legislature, we still deal with more than 70, 75, sometimes even more than 85% male lawmakers. So the need to tell stories, to break through whatever barriers of distrust, of cynicism, it really relies on storytelling to make that crack and to gain access. And oftentimes to build what Gloria Steinem likes to call a bridge of empathy. Empathy alone is not enough. We need to have a lot of other components, and some of those are laid out here. But in building that bridge, in getting the crack in the door, in moving beyond cynicism or distrust, or even just root ignorance about this disease or others that we're fighting, we have to tell stories to make that entree. So, what are some of the key ingredients in an effective story? Well, there are 3 crucial ingredients, and 2 that can help really make the dish more delicious. Any good story has to be concrete. Notice the importance of Lisa asking to have the image of the hospital, the teaching hospital, put on the screen for you to visualize. Notice the importance of Lisa beginning her story, classic use of effective imagery, to show the face of her late husband. It's concrete. Not only can you see the person, but you can see and sometimes feel the place being described in a good story. It is a concrete place. You can touch it, you can visualize yourself there, you can sometimes convey your auditor to that location or to the texture of it, whether it involves the sterile feeling of a hospital hallway, whether it's the nervousness of waiting in a waiting area as an operation is going on, whether it's that notion of the surgeon's hand going in at the wrong level of the marathon treatment that he endured. You can picture yourself in that scenario. And that is a classic ingredient of a good story. Another key ingredient of a good story is personal vulnerability. I happened to have occasion just 2 weeks ago to see Aretha Franklin perform. And it was really noteworthy that this legendary Grammy-winning performer, who hails from my home state of Michigan, is also a great storyteller. And she had a moment in her performance where she had the audience already very disposed to liking and cheering raucously for her, in the palm of her hand when she talked about her own near-death experience on a hospital bed back in Michigan in 2010. And she talked about reaching the point of near willingness to die and then bolting back and determining that she wanted to live, and the joy of coming back from that brink of desperation and resignation. And it was very powerful that a shift happened in the audience of several thousand people when she talked about her own intense vulnerability. And the willingness to be vulnerable, the willingness to admit fragility or weakness, or to convey in the course of a story your own sense of uncertainty, is a key part of a compelling narrative. So don't be afraid to be vulnerable. It is part of what builds a very effective and sturdy bridge of empathy with your listener. And number 3, tie it to an issue. Some kind of policy, matter, or decision. If it's imminent, if it's something that's immediate, that makes it even more compelling. So make it relevant, essentially, but make it of public relevance so that the story is tied to an anchor of a contemporary relevant issue, whether that's legislation, regulation, an election. Those are the kind of things that make a story very poignant. And then, if you want to make it a really compelling story, you can add a sense of urgency to it, where people can understand why the story matters. Why does the story matter in any given context, or why does it matter now? How does it help drive or inform action on their part? That can add urgency. And brevity. If you can hone that story, if you can do what Lisa did rather invisibly in her own story, which was take a 3-page narrative and essentially boil it down to a page and a half as she read it, you've done something else. You've made a story compact, and you've made it understandable and readily, not to use a bad pun around C-diff, digestible. So brevity really makes a story, especially involving healthcare, where some of us have an extra degree, or policymakers or people who regularly deal with public-facing roles or hearing stories, or discriminating listeners, you might say, have an extra degree or an extra hurdle of distrust or of disapprobation, you might say. Not disdain, but of something, a membrane that separates them from you. And that is of the complaint, of the healthcare complaint. So many of us know that a story about healthcare, almost like watching an icon from your computer be put from desktop into trash, when it involves healthcare, or a sad saga involving healthcare, often makes that journey invisibly in the eyes of your listener when it involves a difficulty or a barrier involving healthcare. So especially involving healthcare, I would say that number 5 may not necessarily be an optional component of a good narrative. It may be an essential component of a narrative involving healthcare or C. diff infections particularly. So making it brief and avoiding that disposition of a listener to take that complaint and just file it away under healthcare grievance is an important thing to remember. So, why do stories matter so much? Why does Lisa take the time to craft the story? Why has Lisa developed the story of her late husband and of caregiving for him and of telling that beginning, middle, and end? That suffering of waiting and of the loss of capacity and the diminishment of Rory's life that she took the time to tell through relational stories involving her son, involving his relationship with the workforce, and I think really beautifully and subtly, and one of the things that Lisa does is convey some of the character of disability, which often makes anyone who's a caregiver around someone with a disability much more patient, much more understanding, in a way that often radiates out of your life to those around you. You can become emissaries of patience, of understanding, and in some ways exemplars of a kind of interaction with people who may face barriers and diminishment in their own lives. It's a beautiful aspect of her story, and it's one that she conveyed very crisply and not by accident. But how does this kind of storytelling fit into our overall advocacy? And I just wanted to share those 6 key components to effective advocacy so you can see what a cornerstone piece effective storytelling is. And you'll notice that the first 3, I try to say them in a way that's memorable. EEAAMM. Again, take nothing away from today. Remember those 3. Empirical evidence, anecdotal authority, and messenger-based media. Those are 3 absolutely key components to effective advocacy. and powerful social movements, not coincidentally. And so you can see the anecdotal authority that good storytelling gives us, and the ability to weave empirical evidence in with anecdotal authority. Oh my God, honey, now you're really talking some powerful stuff. Yes, that's like splitting the atom. When you can weave in advocacy when you can weave in anecdotes and storytelling with data, you can marshal data to help tell that story, and you can interweave those together, you have something resembling the DNA of real political power. And if you can repeat that, and if you can teach that, and if you can increase that with colleagues at the local level, at the state level, and you can build that into the architecture of a national social movement, you're really dealing with society. So, the three other elements there are also not inconsequential. As Christian mentioned, and as I think many of the speakers yesterday reaffirmed, community. And that community, the cohesion and the solidarity that comes from that community is a powerful component of effective advocacy. Coalition, how you mobilize that community, how you outreach and develop trade-offs and partnerships that are based on mutual interest, sometimes over a long period of time, with other patient advocates, with other health and consumer advocates, with labor allies, with business allies, particularly in small business. We heard about the power of small business advocates yesterday. Those coalition relationships are key, and influence. Being in the arena, having political power. We also heard yesterday about the importance of primary election voters. Who do policymakers listen to? The people who vote in primary elections. Those regular voters, not just the people who show up like people coming into church on Easter and Christmas. No! The people who vote in every election, who are always there. Those are the people who policymakers truly listen to, because they know that their future re-election hinges on the loyalty of people who vote in those primary elections. So influence, knowing how to move people and voters and communicate that you have the ability to move voters, to show that you have the forces arrayed around you and can change primary outcomes or the perception of local policymakers in the media. That's influence, another key component. So, with that, we wanted to move into a second component of today's activity, which is to help develop your own story. And to take not a ruthless eye, although ruthless eyes are sometimes called for in looking at our own stories, to take the example of Lisa's own story and use it as a means for crafting our own stories. How many of you actually did the homework and did prepare a version of your story for today? Brave Helen. I've got plans for you, Helen. Anyone else? Did anyone else prepare a story? I'm not going to ask you to read it cold, don't worry. But did anyone else follow the homework guideline and prepare a story? Okay. Well, in this case, we are actually going to look carefully then at Lisa's story, and we are going to find a way to practice storytelling amongst ourselves today. So, as a jumping off point, let's hand around a version of Lisa's story. And we're going to use this. We're going to use this as something of a template in pairing off here today and to work on telling our own story. Now, this has a point for everybody, whether you are a clinician, whether you are a well-trained advocate, whether you are a frontline caregiver, whether you are someone who is a survivor or a family member of a CDIF victim. Everyone has a role in this, and I just want to encourage everyone, no matter how skilled or your walk of life or your entree point for C. diff advocacy if you would take part in this along with your fellow congregants here this morning in this exercise in storytelling. And I just want to ask if we can start with Cheryl, if we can count off ones and twos. And remember your number. Count off by ones and twos. So start with one. There we go. Perfect. Love it. I love when it works out evenly. Oh, okay. Well, we'll find him in. We may enlist somebody else. Okay. So before we remember your number. Remember your number. Remember your number. Okay. Don't be a fly in the ointment here this morning. We have a no pester for you. You are. Okay, before we break into our groups, let's just take a quick look at Lisa's story. I hope you have a copy of it in front of you. Let's look at Lisa's story. Now, just do a quick scan through the 3 pages here. Just do a quick scan. How many words do you think that story is in the version that you have? Anyone want to take a stab at how many words you think this is? No, a little less than that. This is about, it's about 800 words. Okay, just got about 800 words here. What's an effective story? What's an effective story for our purposes? Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. 400 is a good starting point, but what's a really effective, poignant story? There you go. How long do you have to tell a story? What's the word or the phrase that people use? Or what do we? There we go. Why do we call it an elevator speech? If you have a minute. How long? How many words can you say in a minute? And if you're not reading a radio disclaimer.
700.
When he's really had his coffee. When he's Kramer after 5 macchiatos. There you go. So something between 150 and 200 words is a magic number for telling a story. If you have a more relaxed environment, 400 words can do the trick, or 300, somewhere a more expansive version. You have a little bit of elasticity depending on your story. And as it indicates on the worksheet, remember, your story is like a resume. It doesn't have to be one size fits all. Think about your story as something that can be tailored, adapted to your audience. Just as you may have, if you're a fairly recent job seeker, a version of your resume or 3 or 4 versions of your resume, depending on the particular kind of office or organization or job that you're seeking. You may have a tailored version of the resume. Stories are the same way. So don't think of your story as some kind of monolith or a uniform object that's sacred and can't be touched or doesn't have permutations to it. Just as it's an iterative process to develop your story itself can be adapted and tailored to different occasions and different audiences. But getting down, being able to get that story down to 175, 150, 200 words is a very important thing. So, with our time this morning, let's just take a bit, if you can, to move into groups. We're going to have the ones meet over here, and we're going to have the twos meet over here. So Vicki is going to be the cluster of the twos, and the ones are going to meet. Oh, where you are, your location, ground 0 for the twos. And Cheryl, you're going to be the ground 0 for the ones. Okay? So move into the groups, And if you start looking at your fellow group members, find a fellow group member to pair off with. Okay?
Here's the one table. Welcome to the one table.
Yeah. Stick your ground, Eileen. I like that. One's over here, two's over here. Now, okay, find a fellow member of your group. After you cluster, if you caucus as your group, find a friendly, non-snarling member of your group. Helen, of course, does not qualify. Find a fellow member of your group and pair off. Pair off. And, like the lovebirds that you are might become, find a little niche in your area. Pair off with someone from your group as a duo. Okay? Find a duo. I want to see duos everywhere. Okay? No singletons. Everyone needs to be in a duo here. This is forced coupledom, okay? The worst kind. But find a partner in your group, okay? Is everyone pairing off? Okay. You have an assignment. Okay, once you find your partner, find a place where you can look at each other. Find a place where you have some degree of detachment. Use the risers over here. Use the couches and settees over here. Use this couch if you need to. That's only group number one. Let's try to stick in your region of the room if you can. But pair off with your partner, and in a way that you can maintain eye contact and easy listening with each other, take the next 5 minutes to tell one story, and then turn the tables and take the next 5 minutes to have the other partner tell her his story. So the assignment is make a few notes, take 5 minutes to tell your story involving advocacy, involving C. diff or HAI advocacy, suffering, experience. Do your best to incorporate some of what we've talked about, beginning, middle, end. Some of you are very experienced in this already. Take this as an opportunity to show your colors or to hone your story, and then do it the trade-off, vice versa, and pass the mic proverbially to the other partner so that they can tell their story. Okay? 5 minutes each. Find a place, and let's make this happen.
I
Great, guys.
Then we go together, talk about
Well, I mean, we didn't have 5 minutes, so I think they have something that 5 minutes. First of all, very, I don't think they did cover but I really do think pretty succinct way, and I talked to a lot of people remember every detail, but it really takes a while to hear everything, and then you're sort of like, you're really walking through it. It's like you're watching a movie. Sometimes you don't have several minutes for an hour. It's possible, that doctors you're just one. I know. I'm presenting later today. I'm concerned that I really want to get through all, so, but I think that it'll end up not at least thing on the slide. Yeah. I'm still trying to work and practice on it. Even there, at the same time, so right. Because you're always
Okay, if you haven't shifted.
Another thing is sometimes I just I know some people are not only picking up what you're the advocacy on what the midwife conversation and you're reading and testing because they can't hear it. I know.
Take a moment to wrap up your storytelling, and let's come back together as group 2 and group 1. We're going to take a moment right now. How many of you found this exercise one of the first times you thought critically about your own story? And let's be honest now, partly because this is a women-dominated group, we're being very frank about such things, about how our stories are sometimes undervalued. How many of you found this exercise one of the first things to attach great value to your story? Okay, well that's good. That means most of you realize what a precious asset you have in your storytelling. And I think we've taken some steps towards beginning that iterative process of honing your story here today. That's great. Who from group number 2, let's start over here, would like to offer your story or that of your partner if you feel like a confident reteller? Sometimes it can be easier to do that and tell your own. Who here would like to share a story that you just sketched the outlines of or retold in a crisper way? And I won't pick on Helen, despite my temptation to do so. She knows I love. I tease because I love. I have no doubt. Because if not, we would have called Jayco on her, actually. Who here would like to tell a story? Come on, I know there's somebody. We'll get to you. We'll get to you. April? Oh, we don't. That's fine. That's the whole value of what we're doing. Fabulous, April. Thank you. And would you like to have What was the line yesterday? Who had it? Tell your story even when your voice shakes, right? Yeah. It's a beautiful reminder.
Okay, my story starts in 2011. It started with a kidney stone. I went to the hospital and I contracted C. diff. A week later, I was back at the hospital in the ER. I was admitted. I had a temperature of 104 and I was having explosive diarrhea up to 30 times a day. And the first thing they wanted to do was surgery. They wanted to remove my colon. And my brother-in-law is a doctor. He said, no. My sister was also there. She's a nurse. No. They wouldn't allow that to happen. My brother-in-law said if I had had that happen, I probably wouldn't be here today to talk about it. So they put me on Flagyl at first, then vancomycin. I was in the hospital for 8 days. Not a whole lot of improvement in my situation, but I wanted to go home. The doctor who released me had C. diff himself 4 times. He told me that I could look forward to having it again and again and again. It's pretty discouraging. Went home. I continued the way I was going, which was not well. I went back to my gastroenterologist several times. My brother-in-law told me about fecal transplant. He had been reading about it because of me. Found a place. There were 2 places at the time that he knew of. One was in Pittsburgh and one was in Lima, Ohio, and I live in Akron, so I was right between the 2. So I went back to my gastroenterologist, told him the news, and he actually knew the doctor in Lima. He said for me to get into, he was doing a study, and for me to get into that study, I had to see a infectious disease doctor. So he sent me to an infectious disease doctor. She got me into the study in Lima, sent me there the following Monday, and I had a fecal transplant the Monday after that, and it saved my life from that. I had it done by intubation. I had it in for 3 days, but within the first treatment, which did it every 6 hours around the clock, in the first treatment, I felt bad. 3 days later, I was totally cured, and I have been cured ever since. Wow.
Let's hear it for our Ohioans. Okay, let's hear from group number 1 before we go into comments. Let's let that settle for a little bit. And let's hear from a willing volunteer. Okay.
My experience with C. diff involved 2 members of my family. My mother in 2011 went into a cardiac ward for some heart disease. Another lady in the ward, unbeknownst to us, was taken into isolation with C. diff. We were not informed, and the room was not disinfected. My mother went home and developed terrible diarrhea. And when we called the hospital, the nurse said, let her eat yogurt. We called the family doctor, who was of absolute no use at all. My mother was in an assisted living community. the visiting doctor there was of absolutely no use at all. It was left to our family to try and figure out what was going on. We eventually got the family doctor to prescribe Flagyl, and my mother did well, but it kept reoccurring, and it kept reoccurring and reoccurring and reoccurring. She lived through 3 months of hell. In the assisted living community, she was treated like a leper. She was confined to her suite. They would bring food to the door. On rare occasions when anyone came in, they were gloved and covered head to toe. It was just the most devastating thing, and eventually her body couldn't find it anymore, and she died. And we thought that was the end of that. 6 weeks ago, my sister-in-law, who lives on the other side of the country, wasn't doing very well. She went into her family doctor. She had some stomach pain. She went into a family doctor who put her on Flagyl and Cipro. Some really bad symptoms arose, so she went to the emergency room. This took a couple of weeks. And the doctor said did not test for C. diff. They gave her a colonoscopy and said she had ulcerative colitis and started treating her for that. She ended up in hospital. I've just come back from nursing her. She was in a really critical condition. Luckily, she went to another hospital, and the first thing they did was test for C. diff. We nearly lost her. It was really touch and go. She's right now just come off her medication, and we are praying that it's not going to reoccur. She's 53. She's in good health. And I just said, this is now a turning point for me. It's time to get involved. I'm really tired of the inconsistency in medical knowledge. I'm tired of the cavalier attitude of the medical community and the hospitals. And I am now going to take this on and make it a passion to get things to change. And that's one thing.
Well, let's just take a moment and, in as gentle and as collegial a way as possible, let's just take a moment to comment on the two stories we've just heard shared with us. Can anyone point to something that Cheryl did that April did not? Let's just point to one distinction. Even between somewhat similar stories, sort of first-hand stories, that had clarity and some degree of suspense in them, particularly in Cheryl's, where she talked about reaching a point where they were left to their own devices. You felt the situation getting more and more desperate, which is key to creating a sense of suspense. We can talk about suspense, but if you really want to create a compelling story, on top of the 5 ingredients listed there, you can add a 6th, suspense, to really make it poignant. But in any case, there was one element that Cheryl glimpsed that April did not, and I just want to see if people honed in on that.
She had a call to action at the end, that she's going to do something.
Over what? It had a relevant issue to it. She talked about the inconsistency of diagnosis and the inconsistency of treatment.
That's exactly right. It was the fact that she did not have, if there was a rapid test that was performed to give accurate diagnostics quickly, she could be here today and not have to deal with any of that that you went through.
Right. And what did April's story have that Cheryl's did not?
Somewhat more of a happy ending in the fecal transplant, she was cured.
Right.
So hers had a solution. So it sounds more like she's more positively advocating for fecal transplants as opposed to being against medical errors.
Exactly right. There wasn't as compelling of an issue in April's story that she attached her narrative to, which is something that I think was implicit in April's story. It was there to be brought forth a little bit more. And again, it gets at how valuable an iterative process is. We can take that fecal transplant as offering a possibility and home in on what issues are attached to that. Well, as we know, there are many issues attached to that, from testing to availability to even potential.
By insurance companies.
Right. A myriad of issues. any one of which could be homed in on for the purposes of April's story, where April could be a very compelling advocate ushered to a hearing or used in a first-hand testimonial, direct mail, media. You can imagine the uses of it. But in any case, we heard two stories. Anyone else have noticed any distinctions or anything that struck you in either one? Or a distinction between the stories we just heard and Lisa's? One thing that was noteworthy about Cheryl's story was that she actually incorporated a very effective element that Lisa showcased earlier, which was talking about death not as the end of the story, but as a catalyst for insight or lessons or policy action. And that's a very effective bridge. Making that jump from your story and showing that individualized experience, a death or a treatment or whatever misdiagnosis, is not the end of the story, but is a bridge to action or remedying a pervasive situation or pervasive wrong through policy change or intervention or regulation. So any other insights?
I mean, there was, when I felt in April's story, there was a warmth in the way that she was telling it, which I think is, it felt like she was confiding in us to some extent. Not that Lisa was not also very vulnerable, but I think, like, you know, obviously this is a polished storyteller, she's been doing this for quite some time. I think, you know, Cheryl was a bit almost more adversarial in the way that it was came across. Yeah, I kind of like what you're highlighting on this, like, I think Amanda and Cynthia, you know, policy viewers here would agree, like there's a way in which April's story would be something you would want to bring to your local politician. Not that we wouldn't want to bring it to their stories, but like I think she could help them understand how critical. Like imagine, as Catherine was talking about yesterday, like if the FDA had done what they would that Catherine jumped up and helped them not do, maybe April doesn't get that transplant. Maybe we could lose April. You know, I mean, so I think it made her very human, and I think partially the problem with not the problem, but I think part of the challenge with both Lisa and Cheryl's story, and William and I run into this too, is that we were not the first Lisa.
Yeah, there you go.
So we are always a second narrator. Like we can talk about how our mothers death harmed us, or we like him, and you know, I can go on for hours. But we can't. The three of us cannot actually articulate how the illness helped. Yeah.
Right, but that's a really good point too, because from a policy perspective, from a media perspective, all of the different perspectives are critically important.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
you know, both women told their stories very, very differently, and had very different tones and feelings, left us with very different feelings. But, you know, if you're a reporter or you're a policymaker, having both of those perspectives is going to help you to tell all of the different sides. You know, and that's why it's so important to know what your main story is and who you're talking to, because what April's telling us is going to be slightly different than what she's going to be saying if she's talking to her local newspaper, which might be very different than the detailed information she's giving if she's talking to a policymaker. You know, who she's trying to get to change the legislation for these testing, or you know, talking to an insurance company, trying to get them to cover it. So I think that's actually a very good point to know who you're talking to, and to be comfortable enough with your own story to be able to tailor it to the people you're talking to.
A perfect segue, because as Christian just said, he could go on for hours, and in fact he has, here in the Albany Times-Union. We want to provide an example of how this kind of effective storytelling really is being put to use, and that the foundation is trying to model some of these best practices in our own advocacy. And in the piece that ran on the 5th anniversary of Christian and Liam's mother's loss 5 years ago, this piece is a way of talking about breaking the silence about feces and food in a very specific way around that anniversary. And it interweaves the story of her loss with that argument about the need to be open, which was tactical on our part. What better way to deal with a discussion about feces than talking about motherhood? It's actually a part of the strategy in making what is, for some audiences, and even for some journalists who cover gruesome stories in some cases, but get suddenly squeamish around talking about life-saving treatments involving, or devastating diseases and epidemics involving feces, the need to broach the subject openly. And so we did this very strategically in this story, and it worked very effectively. But this is an example of how to interweave a storytelling with some data, and how to help data draw some consistent use of data and talking points around prevalence of the disease, around how it's transmitted, around how it involves antibiotics. It's not an easy story to tell, as many of you know. C. diff is not something that can be conveyed in 3 talking points. Even the top line messages, as you noticed yesterday, involve 9 messages. You kind of have to go through all these points to make the point of C. diff plain to people. And so that's what we try to do in this op-ed. I want to just offer Lisa a chance to talk about any final comments she has.
I know we're running over, so I don't want to take very much time, but I just want to reiterate that stories can serve many different purposes. And I think, as you said, the important thing before you tell your story is to think about the end and who your target is, what your message is, and how can you say it as quickly as possible. Initially, when I first told my story, somebody asked me like, what's going on at the very first conference I ever went to after Rory died. And I started telling them the story. And I was including every detail because I thought they would for sure want to know everything about what happened. It was so egregious. And they looked at me and they said, you can't ever tell the story that way again. Nobody's going to believe you. No less will they have the time to listen. So over time, I've narrowed it down, and I now have, sadly, way too many stories that I can tell, but I've made them into individual stories, depending on what the purpose is. And that's really what I want to leave you with. Good luck to everybody. You guys have a great crowd.
I just want to leave you with the words of a little haiku I shared here on the worksheet. Some of you know Michael Pollan, the author about plants, who's become something of a guru around a healthy diet. And so you've probably heard his adage around a healthy diet, which is eat a little, not too much, mostly. Touchstone for advocacy storytelling. Story plus data, build lists, repeat, mostly first person. We tell stories, but we need to use the connections that we make through stories to capture our audience, and to really capture our audience, to get the details, the contact information, so that we can keep in touch with people and use that bridge of empathy that we make to sustain a relationship with people. Databases also tell stories, are a way of capturing stories and a lot of the relationships that you have. So use your stories to build the bridges, but capture those connections. Make sure that you get the information to people who listen to you. When your head nods, make sure you get that information. That's your responsibility as an advocate as well as telling the story, is to capture the information of all the people you talk to. And that you can maintain that touch, and as advocates, you can move those people at strategic times when you need to mobilize them around a policy issue or around legislation or both. As you're dispensing it. And with that, I thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you guys so much. It is 10:20 something. 10:23. So we'll just do a shorter break of about 7 minutes now, and we'll get to the next session at 10:30. Does that sound good? And thank you everybody who talked about the actual stories, April, Cheryl. It's always great to listen to the first time. Thank you guys.
Strip right there.
So one of the questions that we have gotten from folks as they come to find, because that is such a powerful thing we can all do kind of right away and get started in that way. Sometimes it's hard to jump into lobbying or talking to the media, but as raising awareness locally, it's examples of how people have raised awareness in their local communities, and maybe give you guys some ideas of ways that you can do just that in your hometowns. So we're going to then we're going to hear from Rich Dexter. He's going to share the story of the Dexter family and the picnic that they put together. From Carol once again and hear a little bit about some of her local work, especially with youth and teens, and some of the on-the-ground stuff that she's been doing there. And then we'll hear from Christian about some of the work he's been doing in local healthcare communities and some of the on-the-ground work that might inspire you all to do as well. So with that, I think I'll turn it over to Liam. Physically turning it over.
So, everybody has heard the story before. So, after she had passed, we were, as a family and as a community and as people who love my mother, we were all a little bit lost. And, he said, what can we do? Christian came up with the idea for the gala. We focused on honoring our mother's life, the great woman she was. And to get the money to start the initial Peggy Lewis Foundation. The outpouring of love was immense. At my mom's funeral, it was about 500 people there. And initially had, gifts in our memory. Mom always told me in Christian that when she died, she didn't want to mourn her. She wants to celebrate her life. Because that's how she always was. She was always a happy-go-lucky woman, she was a teacher, and she still took us Sundays to waitress. We had bucks news to get out and, talk to people and, bring happiness to people's days. That's what my mom liked to do. In the weeks after my mom died, we learned of 3 other families in our little community that had, somebody pass away from C. diff. There was Ray Ganji Sr., Mrs. Mulligan. Christian was researching to see that we couldn't find anything. Even when my mom was in the hospital, doctors first came to us and said, no, she's married, but I am a plumber.
That's true.
Now I got it.
So, where was I? Sorry. That's all right. Yeah, so Christian was looking at when we were in the hospital, the day before my mom passed away. And the doctors came at it, and we didn't know how to get it, we didn't know what it did, and, it was so surreal, like I said, he was searching all day and all night. Everything that he found was like a textbook, it wasn't in layman's terms at all, that's something that I could, Like 30 of us sitting in the ICU, my aunt's mom. That's such a loss of, sucks, you understand it, what I mean? Things you understand, this we had no idea about. This really started was that night, and my mom was such a great person that this is what it's evolved into, What this kid does, because, but I personally had never raised money for. This is what he does for a living, So I think that made it Vicky and her mother. Me and Christian didn't know Vicky before my mom passed away. She's become a great part of our life. This place wouldn't be where it is if it wasn't for people like her. It was a place in my heart. So we just friends. I had never really done public speaking. Gotten a little better. I noticed the whole thing today pretty much is like how to break the story down a bit. And I understand where you're coming from, but sometimes, how was it for me to ask people for money, right? And my whole feeling with that was, for my mother, I have no problem asking for anything when it comes to them. With somebody you love, somebody that you cherish, that you miss, or that's in pain, how could you be uncomfortable asking for them to be helped? And that's just the way we're raised. So, you know, going up to my friends with the businesses in the neighborhood and go, listen, you know, we lost my mom, we're trying to get this thing going. Whatever you can do to help us, you know, we greatly appreciate it. You know, and for me personally, when it comes to money and stuff like that, but like I said, when somebody that's like my mother, I cherish her, I miss her every day, you know, to ask personally, it's not a big deal. You know, that's, I would say, if anybody could take anything from my nonsense today, was if you really feel passionate about it, you shouldn't be afraid to ask for help about it, you know, because that's where all this has come from, you know. You know, each story we've shared today has touched each other's life in some way or another. We're going to take away a lot of stuff from these, you know, these 2 days. I know I already have, you know. So that's about it for me. Okay.
And just to let you guys know, we're going to have some focused questions for the group here from me, and then we'll open it up for questions in a little bit. So that you know. Yes. On to Rich Dexter.
Okay. You want to put something else? So I'm Rich Dexter. I'm going to talk really brief. Let's stick to brief ones. About my mom. Her name's Judy Dexter, and so in 2012, she contracted C. diff, coming back from a stint of pneumonia in the hospital. After about 6 months of ICUs, she got and broke out into a nursing home twice. She ended up back in the hospital throughout that time frame, and she died 6 months after contracting C. diff. And we have a big family, you know, and a great family. We go to the next one. There's my dad and my mom. Brother Mike, my sister Chris, and brother Scott, who's my mom. And we come from you know, a pretty big family, Redskins family. That actually made the Washington Redskins Facebook site, which is pretty cool. But, you know, we come from a big family that cared about it. And so we came up with the cornhole tournament. We wanted to raise, so, you know, for the last time, talking to Christian, and we thought, wow, what a great thing they're doing. Let's see if we can help other people. So we got together and we did a Judy Dexter spear.
Especially for Mike.
Yeah. He said that on live, Mike. So it just started by, you know, I guess just the genesis of it was, you know, it started by us talking about what can we do. We decided to pick, we established a Facebook site. We went to I think it's called Eventbrite, and we have this this thing where tickets, things like that. We charged last time it was like $25 a head. Kids under 10 are free. If you get the kids under for free, then you for money. So so that's always been helpful. And I think what was the first year we raised what? I think we're at 8,000.
Yeah.
Not kind of what we had from after the death, right? And the last year we raised over 10,000. It's not one person, amazing family. Everybody has a role. You know, some people are good at hitting up people for money, right? Some back end stuff. You know, my brothers with the cornhole tournament and just friends that DJ, you know, those kind of things. So it's really easy to put on, and I think we're really just in the beginning stages. You know, I see like the dunking booth. I see like more kids. I see more kid things there. You know, the saddest thing that my mom never got to see her grandkids for 6 months. We would do video chats and things like that. That was probably the thing that was the worst.
Face painting, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, it's lots of fun.
Look at all the people.
Oh my gosh.
Liam's not on that. No, just kidding. No, it isn't though. It's super fun. There's my dad. The socks and the t-shirts. My sister Kirsten. So it lot of fun.
We
Lots
keep
of
getting
getting
bigger.
bigger and bigger. And I think this past one was 100. Yeah. So we welcome you all.
Bells and everything.
Yeah, the text is whatever year, so.
Well, we now, but we're gonna make it random, so there's no like locked teams that's gonna win. What else would you like?
I'll ask you some additional questions.
Okay.
That's great. I think that's great. Thank you.
Rich, when is the next one? When is the next one?
I think it's like May, or no, the first week in June.
In Maryland?
In Maryland. So right, I'd say it's like 15 minutes south of Baltimore, like right off 95.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll put it out. I'll put it out on the Advocate Council
Yeah.
so people can attend. So we'd love to have it.
It's a good time.
Oh, yeah. Anybody have a speaker?
We do have some upstairs. Oh, no, I did bring them down.
Oh,
You
good.
can put
Okay.
that in this.
No, that's,
Sorry, brief moment.
Brief
here.
interlude.
I mean, she defines everything over here.
Yeah, I just tried to break everything.
Where did I find some?
Oh, here are my speakers.
I found her Christian's home for wayward pregnant. Actually, it's one of those things where like, and I'll talk a little bit about this, I think, my son in dance, but she works for an old colleague of mine.
Okay, wait, we're just working on this here. This is just a draft.
Sorry.
The lights on.
Yes. What's that?
I'll put the mic, I'm gonna put the mic over.
Oh, that is so much fun.
Well, that's fine.
God, you did.
I know.
Those who were here yesterday, and we're here because we want to be a part of the Kennedy Equal Foundation. And we're here to honor our son Niall, who died of MRSA after going into the hospital, the top hospital, Children's Hospital in Orange County, and he just went in for an MRI. An annual series of tests, and he got MRSA, and died with that within 48 hours of the first signs of the flu. So from that, we've decided to get into honoring him with his favorite thing, and that is music. My husband Ty, who's back here, he's been in the music industry for many years. And he said, you know what, let's, first of all, let's cut a CD because we happen to have a lesson of Niall's piano lesson, a tape of it. And Ty was in the room playing the congas, and the piano teacher had taped it. And he goes, Ty, I got this lesson. Let's all do something with this. And so the CD is called Celebrate Life, guys, just like you said. And so from us creating the CD, which was kind of a healing place, if you've ever been in a recording studio, because it's always at night, people would fly in, our friends would fly in and record their thoughts. So Ty gave 3 notes to them that Niall had played. Niall had started, he was starting to play his own song. And he said, here you guys, take this, make a song. And so people would fly in from around the nation of where they were performing and come into this recording studio and they'd play the song. So we decided to start doing a night for Niall in all different places. We started, and we made it a public awareness outreach because nobody would come if you just said, I got a MRSA concert. A friend of ours was a teacher at college, and so we went to the Performing Arts Theater, which was beautiful. You know, we did this a little differently because we do the concert. But some of the places that we play at, they want to use it
to fundraise for themselves. So and that's great. So we're open, but we give this. Our organization is just a little bit different. We self-fund it because it's, but everybody does things. And that way we can do whatever we want to do. So anyway, right here in New York, works for Peter Max, if anybody knows, I went to school with him, and he's a night from out and a jazz tribute to the Beatles. So we have a band called the Niles Project Band, and then we have other people that come in and play with the Niles Project Band. So this will be Joe Lorenzo, his jazz trio, and our quartet, and you'll see kind of a snippet of what we do. Can you guys hear this?
Every time I get on stage with this band, I know how grateful I am to be doing it, and that we all have you. It's concerts like this.
Now, face back there, that little poster. So we use different times to talk, like we take a break right in between a song, we share a little bit more, we give a little bit more information. What was interesting was we would advertise on the jazz station. So this was a university, a college, and so everybody was just coming to see the normal summer jazz, event. And they walk out and they're like, no idea. And we have infections in hospitals, 10 steps how to prevent infections in schools. And so that's key. When you have people, make sure you find a way to give them life-saving information like this. And this information can be put in your, I tell them, fold it up, put it inside your wallet so you always have it. You can hear of anybody going into the hospital. And I was thinking that
Christian, it might be good if we put one together for CDIP, that adds some of that information in it. And this is something that people use thousands of these at different events. So I think, one of the things is that if you like the picnic, it really makes an impression on somebody when they're having a good time, and then they hear these stories.
Okay, great.
So also what we've done is we've gone into the schools. We decided, there's a lot of challenge in the healthcare with somebody who can't fight any of these infections. They're just going to happen. So we believe that it's in the hands of our youth. So we started going into schools with really creative ways to educate the students. And one of the schools in Long Beach, in a very rough area of Long Beach, where the school is the community, where people, when they have a dance class, 1,000 people in the dance class because everybody can dance. And where whoever wants to dance, they all dance, and they all come. There's a stadium and a theater that is filled. You can show them that one picture with the stadium there.
Yeah.
That seats like 3,000 people, and all the students fill the seats to come and see their friends. It's like so supported. So what we did was we started talking with the people there that are teaching kids how to be in healthcare. And the teachers understood the problem of MRSA and C. diff and a lot of these infections, and they said, we have to teach our kids because they need to know how to stand up for themselves. So we would start in that room with these kids that really want to be in healthcare. And I would share the story of Nile, and then I would share the story of how we were able to put 2 new laws in place. So it was a lot of different areas for them to say, I'm one person, I can make this change. I can do it, I can build a movement, I can build a group of people to do this. And so then we would go to the music department, and Ty and his great musicians would work athletic department, and everything is targeted towards, you can get MRSA and these infections from AstroTurf. So you start educating each part of the school, right? So then it culminates into a big concert where the teachers have gotten on board, and the teachers have said, part of your grade is develop a PSA, help them understand, do a PSA, do a poster. And so at this event, then we would award whoever was the winner for the concert. And then of course, then you've got now the parents, because it's an evening event, and we tied it into a 75th anniversary of an event that everybody was coming anyway. So we've done this all different ways, but we found the one at Saddleback was just the concert. We did it on our own. The other was, let's tag on to something that everybody's going to be there. And we've just, have been really blessed to work with people that really want to educate. And I mean, people walk away with, they're so empowered because, at this one concert, they said, oh, we're going to have our healthcare students out front taking blood pressure, testing things. They're going to wear their uniforms before they come in. So they make it like a whole, when you're going into the concert, everything's around. They're giving education, and there's just so many things you can do. We love working with kids, because we just think they're so creative, and they're going to share the message of hope and prevention. So, great. Thank you. And there's studies available for you guys.
Thank you so much. And what a great way for them to take that forward into the rest of their lives too.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to hear from Kristen. Maybe if everyone wants to come back on the.
Thank you so much.
Actually, my family is and maybe you just gonna.
We did it too, right? The CCME one or the?
Pull the CCME, yeah, pull the CCME first. So I'm going to talk about, well, you can sit down. I'm going to talk a little bit, and so Mary Brennan Taylor, for those of you who don't know her, is an advocate in upstate New York. She lives in Lockport, so the Rochester area, and she lost her mom to MRSA and like a cascading series of infections. And so one of the things that Mary has done that I think is just really incredible is that she has built a relationship with the actual hospital systems where her mother passed away. So she goes in, I think twice a year, and she does grand rounds with the incoming medical students, and she does it with residents, and she shares her mother's story and what they learned, and then they talk about what the hospitals have done to change practice to, in an effort to prevent that from happening again. So similarly, what I want to illustrate for you guys, the advocates, is that we talk a lot about the different roles that we have played, and obviously there's storytelling is a big component of it. And so over the past couple of years, I've had the opportunity to, and we want a lot of you to have the opportunity to go and speak in front of groups of healthcare workers, doctors, nurses. I've done it primarily through organizations like Ann Timmons, which are the health quality improvement organizations. She said this was a huge on C. diff. I was, because people could find us on the internet, I was invited to speak in Maryland, I was invited to speak in North Carolina, I was invited to speak in Ohio, and like 3 Ohioans are on the Advocates Council one way or another. So like, ideally we would make each of you more available. So so I'm going to just not bore you with all of these slides. I just want to walk you through and give you a sense of like what this kind of presentation can comprise. So you want to go first? So generally introduce myself, the much thinner me in this picture. And so who am I? These stories to raise awareness and advocate for change. So it's not to punish doctors, it's not to punish nurses, it's really to get the awareness to be the catalyst. That's how. So I try to obviously humanize my mother, and it's again, so healthcare audiences, I did not have this slide. It felt, I was afraid it was too confrontational, and then I started to think that this is the reality of this disease. And tone, some of it is how you kind of contextualize what you're about to say. And so I do, and you can kind of, it's like animated, you can keep pushing. So I talk about what it was when she died. She was terrified, she was confused, she didn't know what was happening to her because she was under some degree of sedation. She had gone through a colectomy that did not save her life. Though we were all in ICU and with her constantly, the actual what I actually find is that people are talking about this is what happens, and know that is what's happening. But we're aware of what's happening, and so it's important to not that it's a statistic. And listen, you're joking that my Aunt Helen, my really said she was the cold one, which is why she could work in oncology because I could never bear to have people be that sick and die like that around her. So the other is but then what I really switched into is what are the lessons from Peggy's story, right? So there's a lack of C. diff awareness. I mean, Helen Hashel highlighted this yesterday. If you would have pulled me out of the street in 2009 and said, on a scale of 1 to 10 as a lay person, how smart about healthcare you are, I'd be like, I'm a 9 point something, blah blah blah. But the reality is that even among highly educated people, we had never heard of this before. There's a persistence of C. diff myths, and this is something that I also emphasize with healthcare workers. I remember very clearly to this day being in the emergency room when the attending and infectious disease specialist came over to me to conference with me, Liam, and my Aunt Helen at that point had come there. And they said, she has toxic megacolon, we believe it's caused by Clostridium difficile. My aunt, at that point a nurse for 17 years, I think, turned to them and said, how could she have C. diff? She's 56 years old. She hasn't been in a hospital since 1976. So that you're dealing with that kind of, just mythology that people who haven't come across the disease in its current state. I talk, we can jump a little bit. So here's something else I emphasize. This is also kind of animated, which we can just go through, but I think it's important when we talk to healthcare workers, or even administrators, to emphasize that like this circle of blame is actually not terribly useful. Now that doesn't mean that we don't push for more accountability, it doesn't mean that we don't push for greater regulation where it's necessary. What it does mean is walking around yelling and being angry at a doctor, a nurse, especially if it's a systemic issue, doesn't actually get us anywhere. So we have to talk about, I don't think any, there's probably a small percentage in any field that are sociopaths, but putting those nurse goes to work and thinks to themselves, I want to harm my patient today. It's actually a system, and Susan mentioned earlier about reimbursement, like insurance companies don't want to pay for a lot of things, and so that means that hospitals end up short-staffed. Like it's a complex problem. And I feel like if we can get past the point of blame, then this also then means like, we're not here to fight with you. We're not here to fight with her. We're here to talk to you about the patient and the citizen's role in our healthcare system and helping it to be better. And that could very well mean like, we're gonna go and work with the nurses union to make sure that, there's a regulation that means you have to have a certain nursing ratio. Because otherwise they don't have time to wash their hands. They don't have time, that's the reality of it. And what I tend to talk about is why stories aren't important, which we can jump through. So here's another thing. This is the lovely Judy Dexter again. And this is something I think that all of you can think about too as advocates. April has a very specific story, right? It's about people transplant, that has a role to play. So Cheryl has a different one. We all have different ones. So sometimes what I will do is I will incorporate other stories to emphasize different parts of, and obviously this is all done with permission of the people. So if you go through and talk about, look at, he just got married to his longtime boyfriend. He got C. diff while visiting his grandmother in a nursing home. That is the only medical facility he went to, and his symptoms developed after taking Cipro drops. So, and he had to resort to a self-administered fecal transplant.
I have a question I just have to ask. What was the time elapsed between visiting the grandmother and beginning the Cipro?
It was like within 6 months.
What?
It was like within 6 months.
So it was 6 months later, or several months later?
Well, he probably applied this for it.
I'm trying to stay in the system for
Yeah.
years.
Definitely. And this is actually an interesting story. This is Marion works actually with my Aunt Helen at North Shore LIJ. And she had an atypical C. diff presentation, which some of you are familiar with. And she actually, this shows to some degree the power of stories, is she insisted on being tested for C. diff because she had heard that my mother had passed away the previous year, who was of a similar age to her, et cetera, and that's how they found that that's what was causing her illness. Let's just skip but so if you see like that was a diversity of stories of a little kid, Chris O'Neill, whose wife got it after giving birth, and then he got it after Cheryl was because it was in their house. The baby didn't get it. How it's changing. So this is something else that I like to emphasize. If you scroll, I use this to talk, and this is actually the slide is outdated. But at the time, when I would go and talk to healthcare worker audiences, and this is another way I think to kind of bond, because if you talk to most, I actually think that 14,000 deaths is an underestimate. Like back when I was first doing this, I would go and I would talk to infectious disease doctors, talk to infectious disease nurses, and they would say, even now with the 29,000 from CDC, they're like, yeah, tip of the iceberg. Can we go to the next one? So this is actually my mother's death certificate. And I show this because I show this to health parents all the time. If you click the next thing, it'll animate. It never mentions Clostridium difficile infection. A lot of the numbers that we have are from researching death certificates. And some of us involved with Consumers Union Safety Charger, we're now obsessed with death certificates because every state has a different death certificate, and the guidelines and the rules around how you fill them out vary greatly. A lot of it is just for the person who fills it out wants to put on it, and they're not reviewed. for the most part. So, so there's an enormous amount of variability, and what that means is like, sure, I'm sure that there are savvy scientists who might look for toxic megacolon, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you would infer C. diff from that. There are other things that cause toxic megacolon. So go ahead. So this is a part that I also like to emphasize. When we talk to healthcare audiences, I think most people in this room would agree, or I think we're coming to consensus that, for the most part, we actually know how to prevent C. diff. So we have a lot of information about how to prevent C. diff, whether it's environmental services, whether it's decreasing the misuse of antibiotics. Like, there's a whole host of things that we know, and we now have validation, whether it's from England bringing the antibiotic stewardship, where we have like, you know, systems that have done, you know, better janitorial, and we know. But what's missing is the will.
Yeah.
You know, what's missing is the will to say, actually, the reality of it is that Medicare needs to have a higher reimbursement rate so that actually people can get paid for cleaning the rooms. Like, you know, and when you start talking about this, like, people go, I don't want my taxes to go up, and it's like, but then you have to get into the whole fact, like, your taxes keep rising because we are treating preventable infections in elderly people. C. diff alone is estimated to cost $2.5 billion in excess healthcare costs. How much of that, given the profile of who gets C. diff and who dies from it, how much of that do you think is Medicare? And how much of that is Medicaid?
90%.
Yeah, 90%. So I would like my tax dollars to go to preventing people from getting sick by Medicare reimbursing those things at a high, you know, the actual treatment and necessary treatment, than to pay for things that are preventable. And that's again a place that you can bridge this with healthcare. Like, we actually have a shared interest in, you know, and I was wondering yesterday, people kept saying CMS, CMS, CMS. For the advocates, how many of you actually know what CMS is?
Good. That's a lot. That's good.
Yeah, it's the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. It's like how the government administers Medicare and Medicaid. I did not know what that was until we started, you know, I didn't know what Medicare and Medicaid was, but CMS is actually the organization that runs them. And I think it was in your presentation, Amanda? Somebody was talking about, like, if you can use CMS as the lever. If CMS deems something, the private insurance companies will follow because it's such a big payer. So let's just skip ahead. I would go back. I do my all we have in this world is each other thing every single time I speak, and Liam is probably sick.
He was mad because I was sitting close to my mother.
But look at what a cute little ginger I was back then. So, and here's another thing. Like, so I tend to talk about, like, for us, and I think most people in this room agree because we're all here together, C. diff and you know, more large-associated infections, it is an all-hands-on-deck issue. That, you know, we don't have time to fight with each other. Like, we really need nuanced, manifold approaches that are intra-hospital, inter-facility, that involve public awareness, treatment and prevention. We all have a role to play, right? I think this is the last one that we'll do. Yeah, this is also animated. So I talk about, like, how can we all work together. And so again, I don't want to bore you a lot of this stuff, you know, but just to give you a sense for the advocates, like, this is how, and you know, for those of you who are interested in pursuing this line of advocacy, like, we would work with you guys to actually help you develop a presentation that fits your state, fits your story, and you know, yeah. So can we just hop into the other slide for just a second, and then we'll go over to questions. So this next one I want to show is a little bit different because this is actually one that was used to talk to policymakers. Cynthia has just, you know, this is the one that I use when I talk to Cynthia Benz from yesterday to her group. So this is a little bit different, and it was talking. This is when we had this meeting where we were trying to talk to the AARP and other folks about, like, why they should get involved in antibiotic-resistant infection work and why that's an important issue for seniors. So just skip ahead. You know, obviously there's a lot of, you know, our bona fides, you know, stuff that we know. again, we talk about, you know, the tip of the iceberg. Just go ahead a little bit. Go back. So, as Tom was saying earlier, about like, the importance of data and storytelling. So this is another issue talking about who is our audience, right? So our audience here is not healthcare workers necessarily, it's people that care about aging policy, right? So we highlight, look at this number, go towards the bottom, 29% or 65%, you know, I'm sorry, 16%, 30, like the total is enormous in terms of the number of the elderly who die from C. diff. So you have to call certain of those things out. We'll just go ahead, Laura. I think that's my. Oh, go back 1 second. Sorry. So we actually got a slightly updated version of this since the Sepsis Alliance uses Harris polling to do a randomized poll of. They were doing it for how many people knew sepsis. So this is a good point to make is that if you poll people and ask them how many people knew of Ebola, what do you think the percentage of Americans who know what Ebola is? It's over 95%. Okay, Ebola killed 1 person in the United States ever. 1 person. If you do the same thing you ask about C. diff, it's 28% have heard of C. diff, and that kills over 30,000 people. Sepsis is like 40%, but my question mark there would be that my mother was going to septic shock when we were in the house with her that morning. I thought sepsis was you're in a hospital in a coma. I didn't know that you could be sepsis and up and talking and walking around and asking for a Diet Pepsi. Like I didn't. So let's just go ahead. And again here, like if you see the tailoring that we did here, we focused primarily on seniors in this presentation. You know, telling Ricky or Andy's story, and frankly even my mother's story, because she was only 56. So this audience is actually not that effective. We have to focus on the senior population. Yeah, I mean, so, oh look, it's Catherine. So anyway, and just go back one more, yeah. So like, and then we also talk about like, what are we doing that we can collaborate with the aging groups on, like C. diff Policy and Adapt Act, individual patient stories. We have 70 to date. Working as a patient collaborator on CORI, which is the Patient-Centered Outcomes Research Institute initiative. So oftentimes to get that grant, they have to have a patient advocacy group, has to be part of that research. So we have 2 of them that we are actively working on. So I think I'll just leave it there and if you want to turn to questions, but so I hope that was helpful. And like I said, we are totally, you know, we'll talk more about this in terms of what you guys want to do individually and also the advocates that couldn't be with us in person today. And if this is a thing that you want to pursue, we're actually going to be doing a webinar in a couple of with Mary, Brennan Taylor, with people who do this more often, and figuring out like how can we help you guys develop your own kind of presentations. So thanks guys.
Great. Thanks everybody. Great stories. And I hope that we shown kind of a diversity of ways that people can get involved at the local level. We have some follow-up questions here, but we'll keep it pretty quick because we are in true form. We're running a little over. But I thought I'd ask you guys, and maybe I'll direct this to Carol first, because I think you addressed this a little bit. But maybe everyone who has some particular comment on this could just share some of the first steps. How did you take those first steps? What was difficult for you? What was how did you?
One time we actually did an autopsy because we couldn't understand what was happening. And when we did finally get the true cause, that was MRSA, methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus. You could spell that or pronounce it, but you know, like anybody else probably would, I went to Google and pulled up Stop Hospital Infection, which is now Patient Safety Movement with Lisa McGifford and Daniela, I think she's in here somewhere. And so luckily, I was just blessed to have someone who had been in this arena for years, dedicated her time in her life to making new laws in other states. So I also started talking to the technology people to find out, what is this rapid test? Why aren't hospitals using it? We reached out to, I actually went, it's been years now, but I actually, yesterday I was passing out a document that says what we're here for, and that had Niall's pictures all over it. On the front, it tells the story of who is Niall in all the pictures, and on the back, it tells the story of where we went wrong. And so it highlighted the red flags of what was wrong. And so just really getting involved with the infection preventists, finding out who knows about this. And I actually made about 7 appointments at the CDC when I found out that healthcare has known about this for so long. And I said, I'm calling, the CDC has known about this, I'm going to the CDC. And at the time, they told me awareness. Go to the CDC, cdc.com/cdiff, you're going to see a plethora of things coming up. And now, I found posters. They would work with us to say, what will help you? And so I think that's really what I did was I reached out to find out, I wanted to be an expert in this field. And I was already a mom. I needed to be able to talk with legislative leaders, to share the story in front of whatever hearing I needed to be at. So I think I learned from learning from others.
Maybe I can ask you, Christian, to just say like a little bit about what your first experience with a group of medical providers was like. What was that like getting started?
Well, I think I had a distinct advantage in that back when I was in college, I worked at Brookdale Hospital for many years, and then I worked at a private radiology facility. And then when I was a fundraiser at MD Medical Center was when I really first began to appreciate that MD stands for minor deity. Really stood for that generation of doctors. And now that I've married into a family of doctors, I can reassure you it stands for minor deity. Bill will think it's hilarious. So I was pretty comfortable just talking with doctors, I think, in general. And so I think that came a little bit easier to me. Here's what I had to do. I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I had to learn to modulate myself and my presentation because, you've heard me talk today. I don't think you've actually seen me get particularly aggravated at any point during this or speak in the way that I speak when I get really on my soapbox. And so that will work in certain arenas. It certainly has its place. But when you're going in and you're trying to partner and collaborate, like coming in with that emotional range is a turnoff no matter what you're saying. And so that was a big part of my early learning experience. Was like, how do I learn how to challenge people that work in healthcare and challenge them in a way that's like, challenge them to be better partners, I think is really the issue. It's not challenge them to single-handedly change the world. And it just requires a different tenor and a different tone that I think actually I got a very good comment from Hans yesterday. He was like, you've gotten so much better with being at ease and that kind of stuff. But I think, and I would also say that it does go back to what Liam said. I was this ongoing joke that like this is about my mother, and if you haven't gotten the sense yet. Next to my husband, probably equal to my brother, actually probably more than my husband at many points in my life. Like my mother was the world to me, and so as there's nothing, literally, if I thought that asking Helen Haskell for her necklace would help me advance my mother's legacy, I would ask Helen Haskell for her necklace. I would talk her into giving me her necklace. Lance said he would steal her necklace. we've given you the sense, hopefully, and those of you who knew Mom personally, she was relentless, you know, and so for me, I think that's the other part of it is like, I'll share one more vulnerable moment. So I have OCD. I was diagnosed with OCD when I was 16 years old. And what? He was like, "You're going to diagnose you a lot earlier." And you know, my mother was the person that I went to for reassurance. And part of OCD is you do reassurance seeking. And are my hands dirty? Are my, you know, whatever your particular issue is. And with my, you know, he has so many issues. And with my mom, it was like once she was gone, you know, I said to somebody, I said, you know, the worst thing that I could ever imagine in the world has happened to me. There's nothing left to be afraid of, right? And I think Carol, and you know, and Chris and I don't have children, we're not planning on having children, but so I think like, you know, I don't want to make them equivalent or not equivalent, but for me, it was the worst thing, you know, like, the world holds nothing that's scarier than that for me anymore. Yeah. So, zombie apocalypse maybe, but I'm ready for zombie apocalypse.
That's good. That's good.
Sorry, I'm talking.
No, that's wonderful. Rich, maybe I could ask you to talk a little bit about some of the early barriers after you decided that you came up against, and how you guys overcame them, or maybe if you had no barriers.
I had no barriers. You know, just to tag on there, with the mom, this is just a way that we can celebrate her. Like, just remember, like, so I've lost all the weekly or daily communication with her, and my brothers and sisters have. My father lost his soulmate, but we're able to get her back for a little bit. So that's why we do it. Just like what he does. That's why we do it. Whether it's to get your son back in your life and those type of things, that's why we do it. And I have an amazing family in the sense that mom's everything. So there was no barriers. Actually, I mean, it was, we actually, that's probably the most we get along when it comes to mom. Right? Like, if there's no, like, we just kind of focus all on the road just to sit there and figure out what we need to do. And we can argue about lots of other stuff. But there was no barriers. And, you know, I think from just like what Liam said, you know, my sister going and pounding doors of restaurants, trying to get gift cards or trying to get, you know, donations and things like that. There's nothing you wouldn't do, so you just do it. You know, asking, you know, people that I work with and contractors that I have, just go, hey, this is what we're going to do. Love you to come. Really want a donation, but really there hasn't been. I'm sure we will hit some at one point. We're a big family that would tackle. So.
Teamwork, that's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Barriers?
Yeah, do you want to talk through some of any barriers that you, well, certainly in the legislative process?
Yeah, I think that there are times that you know, people will ask you to speak, and you have to be very careful about who you're working with. You have to be, so I think the challenge I have is when I get asked to speak every now and then, I really investigate who these people are, and I really dig deep into who's backing them and who's behind that. And then the challenge to me is I really want to share Niall's story, but there's always a trade-off of for what. And there's a lot of times that there may be way too much of the support end in the room, but now I kind of balance it out by saying, what if Niall's story helps one person, it relates to one person, then, you know, maybe that group isn't, I'm not going to be their best friends or whatever, but there's going to be somebody in the room that's going to need to hear Niall's story, and they just have to take me at my word that I'm very ethical, and I would never, you know, I would never work with those people for that. But I think the ethical sharing of Niall's story is precious, and I treat it as a treasure. I would never, ever do anything that would be only just to share a story for good.
Just one more question. Yeah.
My barrier is trying to speak because Christian's always speaking.
So I mean, I do want to acknowledge that, like, and it's not just us, I'm talking to people in patient safety in general, people that do this work, particularly in memory of a loved one. One of the barriers that I think all of us have and will encounter is that, particularly if you're from a big family, there are going to be people who want to. No, then you talk about it.
I know exactly what he's talking about. It's like, being from a big family, sometimes you want, or just, a lot of people, you want everybody to feel as passionate about it as you do. And guess what? They don't. And that's a tough situation, especially when it's with family, because you kind of don't understand it, it makes you very angry at first. Because, come on, it's cool, do not be completely like this, And that, I know for me and Christian, because we've discussed it, and you can't let it drag you down. You just kind of gotta go, okay, you're not passionate about it, that's okay. You support us in your own way, however you can. We're gonna move on to find somebody who is passionate about it. Otherwise, I can't find anybody who's passionate as Christian, not even myself, But that's a tough barrier, man. Because then you gotta see these people, and you gotta be involved with them, and it's kind of hard to swallow sometimes, especially for a while.
Well, I think in the interest of time, maybe we'll take like 1 or 2 questions if people have specific, like, tactical questions. Danielle, yeah.
So my question is about how we can increase the diversity of stories that we share in terms of age, because I know that oftentimes we're contacted by reporters that are looking for people to interview or loved ones, family members that died from infections, and a lot of folks that we hear from are elderly parents that have passed away, and sometimes these reporters want young people, right? So and it could be anywhere from, under the age of 50, not Medicare age, and even with Consumer Reports, we were looking for a person that had C. diff, and they had agreed to be interviewed for the backed out because maybe it just hit them that they weren't ready for that. And I was just wondering if you could talk about how we might overcome some of the challenges with trying to get people who are younger, maybe even like in their 30s, 20s, I don't know, people to actually have that bravery and speak out.
Yeah, I think that's something we probably are going to be struggling with, building the Advocates Council further, finding more diverse stories nationwide too.
I think it goes back to what we're talking about, which is, number 2. People, seriously, people embarrassed about it, it's a hard subject to broach, especially when it comes to younger people, Nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to comment on that because my son, and I'll talk about it later, but my son died from something else because of his care. He bled to death. My son bled to death following a tonsillectomy.
I did not know in the weeks until a malpractice attorney looked at his case and said he was riddled with infection. So to this day, I don't know what the infection was because that was always secondary. Another child I know that died, he had leukemia, but he died from a hospital-acquired infection. So young people, just to comment on that, young people, they're not as vulnerable as elderly people, so there might be something else that's overshadowing the infection, and that's what people think about when they think about the infection. We have to remind people that if they had an infection, then it's just as important as their illness that might have put them in the hospital to begin with.
Yeah. Lisa, did you want to add something, and then we'll wrap it?
I
think the way to increase the diversity is like he said, it's exactly, when he said number 2, it's poop. We have to, people my first diagnosis, I was in my 30s, and they looked at me and they're like, well, you're not in your 80s, you're in a nursing home, you didn't have antibiotics, what's wrong with you? So I think open about it and make everybody poops. And as soon as we start making that a generalized term and making people go, well, your hair looks healthy, your nails look healthy, your skin looks healthy, how does your poop look? Then we start talking about God. When we start talking about it and making it normal, then people that are younger, because in the group we have all age range. We have young ones. I talk to people that are in their 20s and 30s on a daily basis. Yeah. And the only way to do it, and the way I've been doing it, is just by opening up and saying, listen, everybody poops. It's embarrassing because we're taught to be embarrassed. Whereas, when you're little, people go, well, did Johnny poop? Oh, he pooped, the baby pooped. Everybody talks about it. But I bet most of these adults in here have never seen another adult stool to know. I have. People send me pictures so that I can go, maybe normal, maybe not. Yeah, go see your doctor. But the way to demystify it is to talk about it and to go, listen, it's all right. I mean, that's why I put my story out there. Not because I want everybody to know about it, because I poop, but because it's important that aspect is talked about so that it is made more comfortable and people go, everybody does it. I mean, girls talk about their periods all day. I'm cramping and this and that. Well, let's talk about when we have stomach aches instead of going, I'm having stomach issues. We all know what a stomach issue is. Let's take it and not make it just be an 80-year-old disease or a 50-year-old disease. It's affecting everybody. I talk to people that have infants that have it in their diapers. I'm talking to people that are all age ranges. And I think by us doing this, when you're with your friends, talk about poop. We have to be the ones, I'm the weirdo. I'm the one that I will talk with my friends about, because if we don't, nobody else is going to do it. And I think that's how you get the young people to go, I will stand up and make my story out there, and I will be the one, because you go, you know what, if we don't, then nobody else is going to do it. It doesn't matter if you're pretty, ugly, fat, small, we all poop. And as soon as everybody accepts that, we'll be able to have more people come forward and go, you know what, this is my story, it's affected me. And our numbers will go from 15,000 and 30,000, then we'll start really seeing the numbers. Because I talk to people that self-diagnose, that don't go to the doctor, that go, you know what, I'm doing a fecal transplant, I'm going to do this because I know that I've got this. But you do need some guidance in these things, and if you're too afraid to talk amongst your friends, how are you going to open up to professionals? That's what I have to say.
Yeah, that's right.
In wrapping up here, I want to celebrate something Catherine did yesterday because it relates to what you just talked about, Lisa. Which there was a moment in Catherine's presentation where she had the picture of the intestines up in her PowerPoint like yesterday, and I don't know if any other people felt it, but there was what is she going to show next? And it was beautiful because it broached this very issue about talking about feces in public, and I thought it was a really wonderful moment that I think Catherine and Lisa really brought out. But I just want to make one last point in closing on a wonderful panel here, as it relates to an obligation I tried to leave folks with in the last session, but I want to make very clear, everyone has an obligation to keep a spreadsheet. Everyone needs to keep a spreadsheet of those contacts so that when you do get a call like that, to put a human face on some demographic or some particular slice of impact from this epidemic, that those sources are readily there for you. And if you keep that spreadsheet, 10, 12, 15, 25 people, and build that over time, you become a resource for your locality, for your state, and for this nationwide movement that we're building. And that really does, a movement begins with you. Us begins with you, quite literally. And you need to keep that spreadsheet. Name, phone number, email address, physical address, to be able to identify which policymakers that person can hold accountable. You gotta have that voting address in your records, and age or notes that you can keep about that person. But that's an obligation we all share, and it helps build a list of our own purposes and can contribute to the strength of the foundation that
A lot of what we've been talking about today, which is critically important, is being comfortable talking to healthcare professionals, to the institutions, to policymakers. I think as part of that, and the beauty of having local advocates, what helps us make all of that work even stronger is the grassroots work that we all do in our local communities. And that can actually help you all, we've got 28% awareness of C. diff across the country. So if we're able to host local educational programs within our communities, whether it's in a school or in a community center or, an event like the Vexter family does, that helps to raise the awareness, and it helps to have people rally around the cause and rally around you as you're going to policymakers, and it makes your position that much more stronger. The media work, any interest from reporters, preparing yourself to talk to the media about what's going on, and having people in the community who are willing to talk about it and support you in your efforts, that gives us a way to make a much stronger case for policy. So, and it helps to make you more comfortable to go, in front of the more seasoned politicians as well.
So, again, we are over time. So we are going to take a 10-minute break before we have Daniela and Catherine do their social media training and awareness. I do want to call your attention to one thing. In the second tab, there's a sheet in there that we really would like everyone to fill out, maybe over this 10-minute break. Yeah, I release you, Rich Dexter. It's this one. And so we put this together, it's kind of a checklist. We heard the different things that we've talked about during this session. It goes through what do you do to make a difference? What are the connections? What are the skills you have? What are skills you'd like to build? And then how can PLF support you? So between now and whether it's not during the next session, we would just check that through, because when we go to lunch, engaging healthcare workers, a table that want to do more public awareness, and then we'll all kind of talk that through more, and then you guys can give these to us, and then we can kind of follow up with you as advocates directly to help you meet that. Does that sound good? Okay, so we're going to come back in like 10 minutes with Daniela and Catherine and talking about social media. So yeah, at 12 o'clock. Thanks, guys.
kind of start getting started here. And conversations can kind of wrap up organically, that's fine. All right. All right. Okay. So to kick off our session on social media for advocacy and awareness, we have some great speakers, actual experts in the field. But we thought we'd kind of lift our skirts a little bit on the PLF side and show a little bit about what we've been doing in social media and what we've been learning, just really quickly show a little bit about our work. PLF, we've been mostly on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram a little bit. And we're kind of exploring all those spaces in different ways. We just wanted to share some examples. We use social media to share key content. Of course, that's a huge part of our work, raising awareness and kind of getting stories out into the world. So you see we're sharing cool infographics, we're sharing our PSA, we're sharing the Consumer Reports article and personal stories as well. So you can see we're using social media to really get a lot of our content out, which is kind of largely unidirectional at this point, but we'd love to get more people kind of engaged in the conversation too. We use social media to ask for help, specifically crowdsourcing ideas. In the lead up to the release of our website, we asked for everyone's help in thinking about what those C. diff myths are that we can help combat. To keep all of you and all of our supporters from various parts of the world engaged in work, and see Christian at the White House. And to drive some advocacy actions, and we'll hear a little bit more detail about that. It's been helpful for us. And of course, to remind everyone that we're real human beings and kind of put a face on our work, and that we're not just a faceless organization, but that we're real people from Instagram. And of course, to celebrate and thank our partners, both nonprofit partners, and financial supporters as well. And there's Carol from the NAS Project, and an article that features Catherine Duff. All right. And of course, as a nonprofit, we need money to help continue doing our work. So we use social media to also help drive our requests for donations as well. And most recently, something that we're really excited about is that we're using Facebook to connect you guys, to connect our advocates online. That's been really cool. A lot of the conversations so far have been about the summit, like getting here and sort of logistical stuff, but we're hoping that in the months and years ahead that we'll really be able to use that to support each other, both emotionally and driving attendance at fabulous events, like the Toss to Stop C. diff Law, which we learned a little bit about, and our summit. And occasionally to just bring a little levity to something that's really as Katie will both get into. It's it's a place where you can kind of bend the rules a little maybe. So before we get into our speakers, I did want to mention that we do have restrooms on the floor, on this floor, down that hallway. So in case you're just done with going up and downstairs, it's totally understandable. And also that over the afternoon, over this morning and afternoon, we're going to be bringing some folks in as they want for brief interviews on camera, both to kind of in preparation for a media training later, and also to help fill out our revised PSA, as Christian mentioned. We're going to be kind of updating that with some news stories. So sorry for that little bit of housekeeping, but there are bathrooms here. So to kick us off and hear from the real experts here, we have Daniela Nunez from Consumers Union Safe Patient Project, and she's going to talk us through some of the kind of the hows and the the whys of social media. Why should we be engaged in this work? As individuals, oftentimes we talk about kind of nonprofits and organizations getting into the work of social movements online, but kind of thinking about our role as individuals. And Katie Portnoy from Pew Charitable Trust and the Antibiotic Resistance Project will talk us through some of the ways that they and other organizations have been using social media and advocacy and advancing legislative work. So with that, I'll hand it over to the slides.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for all of your advocacy on this issue. And let me get started here. So this is a talk about powering your advocacy with social media. And next slide. And this is just a glimpse. So I've been at Consumers Union for about 8 years now, and I've managed the Safe Patient Project social media presence, which includes Twitter. We've had this since 2010, and organically we've grown our followers to about 3,800, and that is our Twitter handle, @CUSafePatient. And for those of you who aren't familiar with Twitter, the handle is just your name, and it has an @ symbol. Next slide.
Thank you for that. Just keep sliding those little nuggets in.
So for those of you who aren't aware of Consumers Union, we are the policy and advocacy arm of Consumer Reports. Consumer Reports was founded in 1936, and our mission is to work for a fair, just, and safe marketplace for all consumers. And we work on a range of issues, including healthcare, patient safety, product safety, food safety, and telecommunications. And we are the home of the Safe Patient Project, which I've met several of folks in the room here that are active with that and have been for a while now. And we are about 12 years old, and our focus is to end medical harm through transparency and policy and secrecy around medical errors. And as an organization, Consumers Union is most active on Facebook and Twitter, although we do have other channels, Instagram, and we're even a Google Plus account, and we're venturing out. But these are the two channels that we most focus on. Next slide. So first of all, I wanted to give you some statistics to really convince you that social media is worth your time, especially for patient advocates. So we have over half of US adults are active on multiple social media accounts. And this is actually based on Pew Research, which is my colleague here, Katie, works at Pew. So they have fantastic resources on internet and culture. And also, more than half of adults that are 65 and older are on Facebook. So it's definitely dispelling the myths that older people don't use social media. That's just not true anymore. Healthcare decision making, a lot of people go to the internet when they're looking for resources. I heard over and over that people go to Google just to find information about this terrible disease. And increasingly, caregivers are very reliant on social media for this very reason. And also, another reason is just that the demographics of our country are changing. So by 2030, 1 in 5 adults will be over the age of 65. And also, we're becoming a more racially and ethnically diverse country. So social media is a way to communicate with a broader audience than folks that may be active currently in this space. And also, I think it's the most important reason why we should be active on social media, but medical harm is the third leading cause of death in America. And I think that as advocates, we have a responsibility to warn the public about the dangers of hospitals and also to empower people with information to protect themselves and their families. Next slide. And I really love this quote. I found this on the Huffington Post, and I think this sums up perfectly the power of social media and advocacy. I'll read it. Social media gives people the power to call out injustices, inaccuracies, and misrepresentations, and brings about better understanding of other cultures and people. I think that is something that resonates with me as an activist, but also with the folks that have been historically ignored or underrepresented. And I think this is an issue with C. diff and making sure that we bring visibility to this illness. So this is just the 5 benefits of social media laid out. I'm not going to go through all of them, but these are things that are really important. Transparency and authenticity. You know, there's a moral authority with patients who've been harmed by preventable infections, and I think that, you know, this is something that healthcare providers can't ignore. This is something they have to listen to. It's the truth. So speaking truth to power through social media creates that authentic voice that we have. No one else can take it away from patients that have been harmed. And social media enables human connection and collaboration, also amplifies your voice, extends it beyond your living room or your toilet, all of those things. Also empowers people to be more involved. I think this is really important for people who have disabilities, who cannot leave their house, and it gives people a voice to use the internet and these tools. And of course, dialogue is something that truly does create social change. When we start bringing up points that no one else does, this can really shape a conversation and a national debate. These are things social media is not. No one likes to read social media that's boring, and I would encourage you never to post something that you yourself would not share. So think about that as you write your own content. It is not static. Things are always changing in the social media world. Algorithms change, new features change on all the different platforms. So you have to have a flexibility to be able to adapt to these evolving platforms. And also, it is not a one-way conversation. Social media is not just about broadcasting your information, although that is extremely important. You really have to engage and have conversations with people. And it is not foolproof. Lots of folks make mistakes, and it's bound to happen. You send a tweet to the wrong Twitter account. You write something with a spelling error, this happens. You know, you have to let go of that fear of failure, because it will happen sometimes. And you can become more aware of this so that you won't have a colossal failure. So these are the things that when it comes to strategy about social media, you don't want to post everything that comes to your mind, and you can use the 5 W's and the what. What do you want to say? Who do I want to say it to? Why do I want to say examples of the different audiences that we've talked to? And the first is a sample tweet of when we were trying to get people in California to sign a petition for requiring transparency around doctors that have been on probation, because right now all of that is secret to the public, or it's very difficult to get that information on the medical board website. So we set up a petition and try to encourage people. And then the second one over here is a tweet responding to Dr. Frieden at the CDC, and he is an ally with infection control issues, and we were thanking him for participating in our SLAM Superbugs. It's good to, in the case of our organization, we communicate with multiple stakeholders. And I wanted to point out the fact this is a major strategy for us at the Safe Patient Project, is using Twitter to connect with journalists, using Twitter to get. This is a patient project activist, John James, that saw an error in a CBS story. There was an error in the statistic on sepsis, I believe, and he wanted to contact the reporter, and I guess the email address wasn't readily available, so I said, just go to Twitter and tweet at them. And so he started a Twitter account, and I basically told him what to do, what to say, and got a response from that reporter within 24 hours, and it was corrected. So that was a great example. And what do you want to say? There's all kinds of things you can do. Picking the content that has emotional value does really well.
whether that emotion is passion, empathy, anger, or humor, like all kinds of emotions. People want to talk with other people, not brands and companies. They want to see personality. So this is when we the Consumer Reports article that Christian and Liam were featured in, and we put this on Facebook, and it did amazingly well. And you know, it had a lot of value. It was new. It was someone that we work with, a Christian, and it got a lot of engagement, a lot of people. It reached over 45,000 people. Here's another example of a kind of message that we want to get across, because oftentimes patients need to rally around something, a call to action, and we think that hospitals need to stop infecting their patients. And this is a really simple concept, you know, not many people can argue with, but we put a graphic with it, and we put a link along with the tweet that went directly to Consumer Reports' article. So, and then when do you want to say it? You want to be timely, and then you want to respond to trends in the media, and if there's something that's breaking news. And in this case, there was an actual event that Christian and Carol were at the White House on antibiotic resistance, and someone there was taking photos and emailing them to me, and I was tweeting them out as fast as I could. And we gave a shout out to Christian and the Twitter handle. And then this is just an example of when the Supreme Court ruled to uphold healthcare subsidies, and all of us at Consumers Union were aligned. We wanted to put out CEO's press statement with, as soon as that announcement came out, and within 5 minutes of the Supreme Court decision, we had this up on Facebook, Twitter, and it was sent to a bunch of reporters. And then where do you want to say it? Well, Facebook is the #1 platform as far as the amount of adults that are using social media tools, but that said, other channels, people are joining more than one channel, so it's good to figure out what your niche is, and this is just another lovely data point from Pew, looking at 72% or so of people, of adults are on Facebook, and then it goes down to like 20-something% and on Twitter, and target audiences, who you're trying to reach based on your goals. So you definitely want to think, you know, set a goal when you post something, and it's not necessarily for every single thing you post, but I think really if we're trying to be effective at it, think about, you know, what kind of outcome do you want to get from this. And with Peggy Lillis, the mission is to educate people, and I think always relate what you're putting out on social or communicating with your mission and what goals you have. You also for getting feedback on something. If you want to run an idea or collaborate with a bunch of people on an activity, you can just ask people a question on Facebook or Twitter, and you might get a lot of responses. And really, you can use it for anything fundraising, like you said, or to encourage people to sign a petition or to show up to an event, all kinds of things. And then metrics are something I just want to talk about, because a lot of people use vanity metrics, and what I mean by that is things that make them feel good about their social channels. If they have 1 million followers, or if they feel good about what they're doing, and they're important, but it's not everything. If I'm familiar with the terms, reach is about how many people on Facebook are allowed to see the post, because Facebook doesn't distribute every post to all of your followers. It's really a small percentage. So, and then engagement rate is really important. It's about how many people see that, share it, click on it, comment on it, out of the amount of people that you reached. And similar with Twitter, impressions is the amount of people that see the tweet on their timelines, and then the Twitter engagement rate is the amount of people that retweet or favorite or comment. So you always want to just keep in mind, like, the real world value of what you're doing. Is it actually building up your community? Is it actually giving you more voice? Is it telling your story? Is it
Is it moving the conversation? Or is it really leading to increased productivity, like helping you reach your fundraising goals? Or is it building up your activist community? Or the amount of stories that you collect? There's all types of things that I think relate back to your organization's mission that can help you determine if that's a good social media metric to look at. And then these are some examples of things that you can consult when you're trying to figure out what content to put on social media. It doesn't matter if it's Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. I mean, Instagram's about photos, but for Facebook and Twitter, it's a variety of rich content you can tweet out. And it's anything from public health experts like the CDC or the infectious disease groups that put out a lot of content on C. diff and infections, or it can be local journalists, it can be national journalists, and also other organizations like the C. diff, Peggy Lois Foundation, any other organizations you want to be sure that you're looking for that relevant content. And another thing I really encourage is to create your own content. You can do that by either, if you have a blog, you want to consistently have new content, or taking pictures. That's a really simple way of creating original content. Or you can make your own graphics using free websites like Canva or Imager. Those are some ideas. And next slide. These are things that I think make something engaging. And if you're ever doubting whether what you're putting out there is something that would be picked up by someone else, I think it has to be relevant, timely, visually appealing, and it has to be simple to some extent. I think a lot of times organizations that are very data heavy tend to have really terrible social media presences because it's just not something that resonates with the average public. So I think, again, with storytelling and kind of having an advocacy point of view, like things that the public can understand. And then being authentic. You know, folks in this room are not marketers, and the advocates in this room are not marketers. So I think in many ways, but in a lot of ways, though, we're all kind of marketing. We're marketing points of view, or trying to get people to take action. So just be authentic, and we're not trying to sell something. We're really just trying to tell your story. Another tip is that images work really great on Twitter and on Facebook. On Twitter, you get 2 times the engagement rate of tweets that do not have images, and also hashtags like, I don't know if folks can see that, #MedHarm. That's something that we created that was unique to us, but hashtags, and you can put 1 or 2, and I don't recommend over 2 hashtags in one tweet, or else it's hard to read and it kind of throws people off. And this is something that at Consumers Union and Consumer Reports, we've been doing a lot more collaboration on social media, and we released a big article on superbugs. And this was a formula that how we all put it together. And I think it goes back to the issue of like preparation, planning, making sure that everyone in the group has a role, and you come up with a hashtag in advance. And for superbugs, we created Slam Superbugs, had some nice alliteration there, and we were able to recruit the support of CDC to actually put it out on their channels on social media, and other advocates in the Safe Patient Project put it out, and we also got the word out in advance any way possible. Emails, just reminding people that this was coming out, and even tweeting about it. We would just tell people, you know, this is, you know, a big story, you know, coming out, and I think we just built up that anticipation. And then we were monitoring the conversation throughout. You know, when we released it, it was just making sure we were picking up any people that activists or reporters that were also talking about our Slam Superbugs article, and anyone that had questions about our data, and we could just respond to them right away. And then we also just
like thanking people. You just can't forget that. It's just like basic human courtesy. Anytime someone is involved in your social media efforts, you should say thank you from time to time. And then you also, at the end of it, want to gather some data, and you can report that back. At least for an organization, that's really important. Everyone wants to see data, and they want to see that it's an effective outcome. And I think with advocates that are individually doing this, I think it's still important to know like which messages work better with your friends and family in order to get the most engagement. This is just an infographic that we did of Slam Superbugs that we released and put out on all our channels, and we got over 1 million people were reached. And again, these are vanity metrics, but it does give you a snapshot of a lot of people were involved in this effort. And the most important type of content that really resonates with people are images and tips. People really like to see like ways they can protect themselves from MRSA. It was kind of interesting, like one article that was an accompanying article, how to avoid MRSA at the gym, actually was one of our top performers that I wasn't expecting. So people really like information that they get some value out of. So these are some action steps, things you can do right away that I think would make all of us more effective. And a lot of it's just making sure that you're being authentic, that your online profile has a good picture of your, a good quality picture, like it's your description and your bio on Twitter, it just says that you're an advocate, just kind of identify yourself. And also you want to start following the people that matter to you. The folks in this room, maybe just kind of get together and find out what your Twitter handles are, or like at least become friends on Facebook, all of that. And then start sharing each other's content, because this is how things spread, is when we like ask people to share what we have. And then also just try to be part of the conversations. If you hear of a Twitter chat, take a look, participate. And I'm not going to go into the details of all of what a Twitter chat is, but it's basically using a hashtag to participate, and it's typically like an hour long where you're just chatting online, and every tweet has a hashtag. And then TweetDeck is a great tool for managing all of this content, and it's a free tool you can download, and you just see all the different streams of information that are based on a hashtag, or you can even set up a column that is just of a particular follower. So I see, when I bring up my TweetDeck dashboard, I see that he puts out, and I can just retweet it or do whatever. So it's a really great way to not feel so overwhelmed with information online. And then analytics, these are some tools that you can use, Twitter Analytics, Facebook Insights, or if you have a website, Google Analytics. Just knowing how-tos, and then also images. If you decide to use an image that you don't take yourself, then you want to make sure that it's free to use, and because you might not buy stock images, so you might just want to use like Creative Commons licensed content. Wikipedia is a great source, and this is a great website actually. Real quick, of policy, like this gives the hashtag of every state legislature, and it's just really useful like during legislative season to just monitor what is being said, and to, if you're working on legislation, to put links with that hashtag.
Can I just say that we'll have your slides up online so that people can find this and easily click through. So
and the last one is just a glossary of healthcare hashtags and Twitter chats on all types of topics in healthcare. This is where to reach me. So I hope that you will stay in contact if you have any questions. I'm happy to answer by email or whatever is most convenient for you. I really enjoy helping people understand these tools, and it takes time, but overall, like it's very easy to learn. A lot of people are on these tools, so
Hi, I'm Katie Portnoy, and I work on Pew's Antibiotic Resistance Project. Pew is a nonprofit public policy and research organization, for those of you who aren't familiar with it. For several years, Pew's been involved in combating antibiotic-resistant bacteria. We work both to spur the development of new antibiotics and then also to improve stewardship in all settings, both human and animal. In my background, you'll kind of see is on the animal side, so there'll be like a lot of examples from our advocacy on food-animal antibiotic usage. So to further the work, some of what I do is help build a list of stakeholders that are supportive of what we're trying to do. And one tool that's been effective in doing that is social media. So over the years, we've built up a pretty sizable network of about 62,000 Facebook followers and about 22,000 Twitter followers. I know some of you may not be that familiar with social media, at least maybe not Facebook. And so don't worry, I'm just kind of going to give you an overview of like some of the different tools that are available to you, and so that maybe in the next several months, if PLF reaches out to you, you'll kind of have a frame of reference to know like what they're talking about. Next slide. So the Peggy Lillis Foundation recommends a number of strategies to reduce CDIs, everything from increasing hand sanitation and hygiene to increasing surveillance and reporting. They also have two national take action opportunities listed on their website, which is going to be a big part of what I'm going to be talking about today. One, which Christian mentioned yesterday that he was obsessed with, is one on the screen right here, funding for President Obama's National Action Plan to combat antibiotic-resistant bacteria for $1.2 billion. And then the other one I also saw on your website was on the food animal side, a bill introduced by Representative Louise Slaughter. But these are just two examples of action alerts that are available to you. And I think that as time progresses and more efforts are devoted to plan, which was referenced yesterday, it was released back in March, even more action opportunities are going to turn up. So in the next couple slides, I'm just going to highlight some different strategies that Pew has used. Just to pause for a second, does everyone know what a take action opportunity is or what an action alert is? But okay, so if not, I just want to say, if not, Pew uses these a lot. I'm sure Consumers Union does as well. A lot of organizations do. You can receive these through mass emails, or you can also find them through Twitter tweets or Facebook posts. And then when you click on the link, it'll direct you to a website where there'll be a form, organization, or market. So just as a little bit of next. So historically, one advocacy tool we've employed is encouraging our register. So for those of you who don't know what the Federal Register is, I think it was referenced yesterday. But basically, when a federal agency is considering doing and also an opportunity to comment, the name of that website is called regulations.gov. So anytime a U.S. citizen comments during an open comment period on regulations.gov, the government is reviewing its policy. So as an example here, back in December of 2013, FDA released a draft regulation on an arcane policy known as the Veterinary Feed Directive. And this policy outlines how, yes, just as exciting as it sounds. And so basically that regulation just outlines how antibiotics can be added to farm animals' food. And so in our action alerts, we kind of try to make it more relatable and how just like in human medicine, a farm animal should receive a prescription from a medical professional, which, as many of you may be surprised to know, is not currently the case. And then also try to keep it high level rather than getting bogged down by all the nitty-gritty details. We just talked about the need to put veterinarians in the driver's seat. All of these types of got a lot of different people to take action on a policy that in all likelihood they otherwise wouldn't have. FDA finalized this veterinary feed directive rule, and they actually ended up incorporating a lot of the different action alerts. And so that really kind of showed in their finalized rule, they had several comments where they talked about the vast number of comments that they received asking for specific points to be addressed. And so it kind of shows that the quantity of comments that the government receives on the Federal Register does have weight. So when an organization is creating an action alert, you want to make the call to action to be as clear and concise as possible. People online don't have time to read dense point-by-point explanations about why you should be for or against a policy. The action alert should be high level, immediately understandable as to what the organization wants the person to do, and then it should also convey a sense of urgency so people know that they want to act. So different ways that you can kind of show people that you're using advocacy social media is using words like take action, act now, or how you can help. So this is actually an example for the veterinary feed directive. This was an infographic that we used, one of many actually, and that's just a sample Facebook post that kind of, we shared that around the Super Bowl time, so we were kind of taking advantage of football and everything that was going on there with the veterinary feed directive. Kind of made it a little bit more fun, but it otherwise would have been. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so targeted state actions. A second broad category of using social media to affect policy change is targeting action alerts and tweets towards a particular member of Congress. Some effective in directing your towards a narrow set of policymakers rather than the broad. So this can be an effective strategy if you think a particular congressman may be right to support a policy, or if they may be sitting on a particular subcommittee or committee. And so this past April, we directed action alerts and tweets towards a committee, towards committee members, towards senators sitting on a committee that had not yet co-sponsored a bill called the PATH Act, which I think was also referenced yesterday as part of LPAD. And so while we weren't able to secure additional at least not within the first couple of weeks of sending out the alerts, it did generate a lot of attention. Hundreds of constituents wrote into their senators through action alerts and tweets and other forms of social media, thanking them, and the senators had to email them back, thank them for their interest, and they were compelled to explain their policy positions on the PATH Act. So a best practice, which you should do if the senator ever follows through on what you're asking them to do, is to thank them for supporting your particular position. It's good to applaud when a senator or some other elected official or government head of a government agency does something right. So this last March, when Senators Feinstein and Collins introduced the Preventing Anti-Resistance Act, we did send an action alert to them, to our followers in California and Maine, thanking them for what they did. So next slide. Okay, so sometimes the best way to highlight a particular policy position or create movement is thinking outside the box. So not responding to an open comment period or asking for bill co-sponsorship. So as Daniela mentioned earlier, creativity gets noticed on social media. So back in 2013, we created a mini campaign called #36years, where we were urging FDA to finalize a policy that would effectively eliminate antibiotics for growth promotion purposes, and then also convert all antibiotics from over-the-counter uses to under the oversight of the veterinarian. And so FDA had released this draft policy back in 2012, and we were anxious for the agency to take action. Time was of the essence. So each week we began sharing an infographic, kind of like the one you see up there, or an image with the #36years, showcasing the need for the administration to act. And so we shared Elvis, how back in 1977, Elvis was still in the building, and that was the last time that antibiotic policies in food animal production had been looked at or updated, or they hadn't been updated, but they were tried to be updated. We had other images, a man in flares, an image computer desktop, an image of where we had a tweet about the price of gasoline back in 1977. Things like this get noticed on social media, kind of, again, like what Daniela said, creativity and something that's somewhat clever, people will want to share that. And so that was a good way to kind of, in a more fun way, kind of direct action and attention to our issue. So whether the Peggy Willis Foundation creates a new infographic or a government agency like CDC does, infographics infographics can be really effective to get your message. So for example, back in 2011, FDA released its antibiotic sales data. And so we had this infographic ready to go, and we ended up tweeting it at a lot of different news reporters and also at FDA. And it did really well on social media. And just in case you're wondering, we are working on an updated infographic. 2011 is a little passe at this point. But, okay. And so this is an example that I know it was referenced in a lot of slides yesterday. It's from the CDC. And something that you could all do or consider doing is tweeting this CDC infographic at state health departments, hospitals, or whoever else you can think of to raise awareness about C. diff. And again, if you just go to the CDC website, it's easily available. I think it's also on the Peggy Lillis Foundation as an infographic you can share. So it's easy to find, easy to access. Of course, Daniela and I would be happy to talk to you about the logistics of how to tweet images. So lastly, you can use social media to connect with a specific sub-audience that might be able to influence policy. Hugh has done this through specifically reaching out to chefs and farmers in the effort to rein in antibiotic use. So for farmers, you can see we have a hashtag Farmer Friday, where we'll give a shout out to all farmers who raise their animals responsibly without antibiotics or with minimal antibiotic usage. And then for chefs, a lot of times there are a lot of chefs out there that are really concerned on the food animal antibiotic usage issue. And there's also celebrity chefs out there as well. So anytime you see something in the paper, or we actually had a contract where we were working with a lot of different chefs, we would use the hashtag ChefsLead to kind of just show chefs are out there. They're a really influential constituency group, and people follow what they do. And they also have the ability to impact supply and demand. Okay, so again, this is if you're not following us on Facebook or Twitter, those are our handles. Please follow us. And if you have any questions, feel free to send me an email. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. That's fabulous. I mean, what a breadth of opportunities that people have to kind of get out there in the world. We thought we'd open it up for a couple minutes before lunch to questions, if that's okay with you guys. If you have specific questions about kind of how to, or maybe the power of social media. Does anyone have any questions or thoughts?
Yeah, I have a question. I read something, it probably came from Q, and it may be the same statistics that you were showing. It was talking about the reach of different kinds of online resources. So I said, I think Twitter was less than 5% of the population, and Facebook really a lot more, but that most people really use email, and then this had to come from Q, so you tell me. And another thing was that a lot of people on Facebook didn't know the difference between Facebook and the internet. So when you asked them about the internet, they were really talking because they access the internet via Facebook. Do you know the study I'm talking about? Now I've forgotten where it came from, but that's really influenced my perception of what I do, because I spend a lot of time on Twitter, and yet I'm well aware that I'm sort of preaching to the converted. It's a small group of people who are interested in the things I'm interested in. And Facebook, you can reach more, but then you're only reaching your friends, right? So how do you get beyond all of that?
Either of you want to jump in on that? Let's start, and then I'll pass it over to Judy.
Yeah, it's a much smaller percentage of people are using Twitter, and it is typically a younger and college-educated audience, but everyone has an email address. You know, it's still like a major channel that marketers and nonprofits and everyone uses, so you can't ignore that. But I think it's just important to know that your message should be tailored to whichever channel you're putting it out there. I think it's really important to educate your friends and family about this. And also really important to educate and advocate to the people that have all the money and like the influence in government. So whether it's hospitals or experts.
So
So I'm actually not familiar with the study you referenced. I'll have to on Monday, I'll have to go back and check to see if the Pew Research Center put something out about that. That's really interesting. But I think there is a difference between maybe if you have a personal account where you may only have, 200, 300 friends versus if you have an organizational Facebook where, I don't have a lot of friends on Facebook, but then for the Save Antibiotics Facebook handle, we have 62,000 followers. And so I'm saying, yeah, so like our page, but also, I don't know if the Mothers Against Medical Errors, I don't know if you guys have a Facebook handle where you may have a Facebook. Okay, well, that may, and so I feel like that tends to have more people that maybe would be interested in what you're talking about, but aren't necessarily your next door neighbor or, your high school friend. It's like a different audience. And so that might be a way to kind of post that way. Also, again, this probably wouldn't apply to a personal Facebook account, but for organizational Facebook accounts, there are ways at this point, even though you may only have, even if you do share on your personal account, if you only have like 300 Facebook friends, a great way to amplify your message is by asking people to message. And so if you have a Facebook friend of yours shares your message, then that message will then automatically be available to their group of Facebook friends. So sharing is a great way also to get your message out there. So as much as I get excited when we'll get, 300 Facebook likes, for much more increasing your reach.
I'll just say that I think is something that's been successful for PLF, and Katie might know more about this, but that when we say, please share this, that people actually do that.
So one thing kind of related to what you guys were just talking about that I think would be helpful to go into a little bit more specifics is how do you decide which channels to use for which information? So like if you want to put a Dexter event, or if you want to put out new statistics or a report, like how do you decide which channels to use to get that maximum reach?
Well, I think you should figure out your target audience, and it goes back to what kind of goals you have. But I think we try to coordinate it across channels so that if it's something really important, we package it in a way for multi-channels. And so I think really it just depends on a lot of different things, but and also the audience of each of those channels, right? So if you know that a lot of hospitals or lawmakers and reporters that are on Twitter, that might be the first channel that you put it out there to. But with Twitter, you can put out multiple tweets, like it's okay. But on Facebook, you should, I would say, 3 to 5 or something, at least for a page or a brand, but it just depends.
So I'll say I may not be the best person to answer this question because for our we'll definitely share them on both Facebook and Twitter. But I think for Facebook, if you have an event and it's going to be in a particular area, there's a way to target. So you can just say, I want this Facebook post to only show up for people who are around the area or around the North Carolina or around the Charlotte, North Carolina area. So that's a good way to kind of send messages for events, and then you can also do similar things for on Twitter as well. Like I know if we're hosting an event in Washington D.C., there's a hashtag called DC events, and so that's like a way to kind of group it into part of the conversation to get other people who might be looking to attend an event to come to ours. But yeah, so we're always looking for new ways to get out our content. Kind of like what Daniela said, you probably shouldn't overshare on Facebook, maybe no more than like 1 or 2 a day, but we'll sometimes do more.
Yeah, I was just gonna say too, like it's good to test things out, like that's a social media experimenting. I think though Facebook, as far as the sheer amount of people on there, like that's really good for event turnout.
Maybe one more question, and then
So to go ahead and quote our summit information, haters are going to hate. So we're going to be dealing with some very controversial topics. And are there any resources out there on how to help us as advocates and other people in the industry on how to deal with conflict that's going to come up? Like, for example, when someone says something very negative about what we are working towards and striving towards as a group, do you want to acknowledge their comment but not instigate the comment? Do you, two, completely ignore the comment? Or do you, three, go right to that delete button and say bye? You know, how would we, what recommendations would you give to us as, you know, advocates on this, and how can we appropriately and positively go about working together?
I will just say, like, our orientation is really one of non-engagement. It actually, it's very easy, and I think you see big public figures and big brands make these mistakes all the time, but it's really irrational. And the minute you start to engage, you know, if you get into what they used to call a flame war, I'm not going to call it that anymore, but the more that you do that, the more, especially if it's not somebody who's like what John James did, what they showed earlier when the reporter had fact wrong. Like, if that reporter comes back to John James and says, "How dare you question me?" Like, that can then devolve into that paper getting into a really ugly situation. Now, John James is actually an authority. Like, I mean, he, you know, so you have to respond to him. If some random person says something, there's no, I don't think there's any benefit in replying to the average. And I think Lisa, I wrote something, she talked about empowering folks in the Facebook group. Like, people come on there and they, you know, they'll say things. Like, we don't agree with legal transference, or we, you know, and so, and in terms of messaging, we can also, we have different messages we can sort of respond with. But I think in general, nothing good comes of engaging trolls.
Well, and to add to that, it also depends on how much traction that comment is getting. So when a negative comment is posted, oftentimes we'll just wait and we'll watch and see what type of responses are coming up. You know, if it turns into something is either incorrect information or particularly negative and should be addressed, then there are ways that you can, in a very positive or different way, address them through just keeping to your core messages.
There's also, it depends, right? And it depends on who's giving you that negative feedback. And if it looks like it's a troll, you don't have to spend the effort to respond. And I think it depends a lot on the culture of where you're working, you know, and I do like engagement, and I think dialogue is really important, even with those that disagree, but you have to do it on a case-by-case basis. But that's why it's so important either to have someone like on staff that's able to monitor all that, because it's hard to automate all that, and it can be hard to scale it depending on how much negative feedback you get. So luckily at Consumers Union, we've been able to manage all of the comments, and most of the times we don't get negative feedback, which is good.
Yeah, just to really quickly echo what everyone's saying, I think it is on a case-by-case basis. It seems like if someone's asking a question and it seems like they generally maybe just don't understand what a fecal transplant is, or for us, if they're just saying, you know, for animals require antibiotics to keep them healthy, like we respond to a comment. I would respond to, of course, supporting the treatment of sick animals. We still want to see them appropriately for growth promotion purposes, or, you know, routinely to compensate for unsanitary conditions. And so I think it's just kind of just gauge it and just see if this person is, can you educate, can you make a difference, or are they just being mean and cruel?
I wanted to take a quick opportunity to look at what we've said and maybe didn't get out appropriately. To be very careful with this is the way it has to be, or definite words, watch the words being used. But I mean, I have had comments, and sometimes if they're really appropriate because they're trolls, I guess that's the word in the term, I delete it because it's just going to cause problems to me. But if it's something that is questionable, it just shows maybe I can get my point across, and other people will respond for it. I don't have to do it.
Is that what trolls mean? I mean,
I think inappropriate language or profanity, but I think also ProPublica has done this on their patient harm group, they have a guidelines document that they constantly do, especially if they're joining the first time. So it can be really good to have like a policy or guidelines for how to engage online. Really important when people have a lot of passion around these issues.
And keep in mind also that when we've had people call doctors murderers. It shows, wow, we do need support services out there. We need support services because there are people that believe that. So I think it empowers us with the other people that are out there that don't think the way we do.
Yeah, so, we should come back on consider, last question, because I'm going to need people to lunch.
Okay, great. So this is just a comment of just a thought of how to use Twitter. Powerful. You can be in an effort to bring awareness to things that are happening. So today and ongoing, there are outbreaks of C. diff that are happening all over, and we don't know. Patients continue to raise and go to the hospital. Somebody at health knows that they're going on. The CDC, some people know they're going on. So this is a great way to alert people. If you hear of these outbreaks that are happening, Twitter is a fantastic way to start alerting the public and people that you know to get the word out. It's an advocate that is super powerful, saving lives.
Just a really quick thought with that. I actually read an article about this recently with foodborne illness, and outbreaks. I'm not sure which agency, but a federal agency, I believe.
It's been CDC or USDA, depending on what the food was.
Yes, and I think more and more you'll see like agencies and even people like police departments using social media to look for potential crime. Like a lot of people are using Twitter to actually track what's happening, what people are experiencing.
Well, thank you guys so much. That was wonderful. So one thing I would say, because everyone's listening for to troll us, I think we slipped into social media activist language. For folks who don't know, troll is not a legitimate person interacting with you. A troll would be somebody who's anonymous, somebody who's kind of it's not somebody who's asking a question or clarifying your disagreement. So here it's somebody who's basically sitting, making the jokes like they're sitting in their mother's basement on their computer, because so we are going, lunch is already upstairs. So before we eat, we're gonna have these signs down in different areas. As you guys filled out your forms and stuff, if you want to sit with the group that's going to kind of continue this conversation over lunch on these areas, you can do that. And lastly, in advance of the media training this afternoon, our fabulous friends at Tonic and Richard Davis, our fabulous producer, are looking for folks who would like to take 10 minutes to go into the space that they said is an interview room. They'll guide you through some questions to help you tell your story. And then eventually we would probably go into snippets and update the public service announcement. We would of course get your anything out to the public. But it's on us, so I don't know if anybody wants to go first. That's totally fine. Megan, do you want to, or Lisa? And then they'll send you up to lunch, and when they're done, the next person will go, and we'll do it throughout the next couple of sessions. Okay, thanks everybody.
Obviously, we get credit. Yeah. No, okay. No, that's okay. I'm glad to hear you. Because
And Lisa going first.
Guess I'm going first. Hi, everybody, I'm Lisa. I'm just here mostly because I wanted to everybody when people out for help. Usually, if it's their initial diagnosis, most people are freaked out, and when they're reaching out for help, they just want to be able to talk to someone and ask a gazillion questions and get answers to every question they ever had about C. And they want you to provide that information. I want to express it's really, really important to not give medical advice unless you have a degree. If you have a degree to back your advice, then feel free to give all the medical advice you want. But the big thing people try to get out of you that I have found in the groups that I moderate is that they want to go to you and they want you to diagnose them. And that's not an advocate's job. It's not our job to diagnose. It's our job to help them along. It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care what color you are. It doesn't care what your economical status is. C. diff brings people together, whether we like it or not. My experiences as a moderator, I started out as a C. differ, just like other people that are in this group, C. diff patient. A kind of Facebook group that I moderate, I was appointed to it. One day I went on there and I was able to approve people, and I thought, wait a minute, now I'm approving people. Wait, now they're posting and I'm approving their post. Something happened here, there's going to change. So I didn't get any response. I'm like, okay, everybody, apparently I'm a moderator now. And it just kind of snowballed. And finally, the guy that actually started the page or the forum sent me a message. He said, I'm sorry, I should have asked you first. And if you didn't want to do it, I'll close it down. Because he's one of those. He started the group because he felt like a patient. Please hang around. Because other patients are looking for people to give them advice and support. And if all of us get better and run off, then it's just a bunch of sick people trying to help a bunch of sick people. And that, I don't know about anybody else that's had C. diff, but anytime I've been really sick in it, my brain is gone. So even when you're really sick, it's hard to do that. So that's how I started in this. So I moderate that group. I also started a pictorial called The Faces of C. diff, which is a pictorial tribute to C. diff patients that are here and those that have passed. And it's really just for a picture and a brief bit of their story so people can go to that group and they can look and they can read and they can put a face to the disease, because it's not just all elderly people, it's across the board. I also, other than moderating those two groups, I also started the fecal failure group. Not that I'm against fecal transplants at all. I want to say that because people have taken us the wrong way. I didn't even start the group because I had one, because I have not. I started the group because since I'm a moderator of a C. diff group, I've had people reach out to me and say, Lisa, it didn't work for me. I'm not comfortable trying to talk with these people because some of them felt like they were attacked in other groups. Whether that's the case or not, it's all perspective from the patient, and that's what's important. So that's why I started the group, because it's important for people that don't succeed in one area, they can try another. And honestly, it's not a one-size-fits-all cure. I know everybody wants there to be one, but there's not, because people are going to really master this is one thing. Let's try to prevent it. Let's stop the antibiotics. Let's stop all of that. So when you're supporting other people, it's just really important to focus on those kind of things of give them compassion. When people are reaching out and wanting support, that's what they're really wanting, is just compassion and someone to lean on. When you're of inappropriateness, if you are, like my experiences on Facebook, I spend probably 8 hours a day on there, not in a row, but going on and checking and moderating and that. Don't ever be inappropriate. Even if you feel a fondness towards a person or think they're pretty or cute or whatever, don't make comments on pictures. Don't step over that line, because then that takes away the trust that you're building as an advocate. You're there to help them through an illness or through a rough time, not to build a relationship. If you want that, then don't do it on an advocacy level. Just do it on a, hey, I want to date you level. True story. Already said don't diagnose. I mean, that's the big one. How to be our own advocates and to help others. A big thing I do is I send people to other websites. I direct them, of course, to the Peggy Lillis Foundation website. so they can go there. There's also another one called cdiffdiscuss.org. I sometimes send people there, but I found that one a little confusing because it's not real time, you can't talk to people, and I found on the Facebook groups, people like immediate response. If it takes me a half hour to respond to somebody, they're already typing something else in, and I have to remind them, I'm going to classes full time, I'm doing other things, so give me a minute to answer you. There's also several Facebook groups, other than my own, which is C. diff support, Faces of C. diff. There's also the FMT failures. There's the Fecal Transplant Foundation that's run by Catherine. I send a lot of people over that way. And there's also the FMT discussion group, which is run by Tracy, which is another good one. They discuss all kinds of stuff. I think that if everybody just kind of focuses on the individuals that you're dealing with, you'll find those that maybe you can direct them to. If you find a common bond, if someone says, hey, listen, I've had this terrible burning pain in the middle of my abdomen, and the doctors are saying it's not C. diff. I've had that every time I've had C. diff. So if you're having it and you're diagnosed positive and you've had that every time you've had C. diff, it's probably C. diff for you too. So it's one of those things, find the common ground that you can, share with somebody and open up to them, because then that puts it on a personal level that they're more apt to be able to, go, all right, I feel comfortable talking to this person, I'm going to talk to them. Just share your experience. There weren't Facebook groups. There wasn't resources for me to go to. Resources are out there, and as you go along, join the groups. I've recommended to every doctor I've ever seen to go join these groups. And there's other C. diff groups too, not just mine. So just put C. diff up in the Facebook search bar and you'll find them. But I've told every medical professional I've come into, just join the group and watch. Just sit in the back like an eagle and watch what is said by real patients in real time that aren't intimidated by your white coat, that are talking freely amongst each other about poop. They don't even want to talk about poop at the doctor's office. So I'll tell every one of you, if you really want to help people get through this, there is no such thing as too much information when dealing with C. diff. Not from my perspective as a patient. I didn't ever want to hear someone go, oh, that's too much information. Well, then how am I supposed to know if it's normal? If I can't ask you if it's normal because it's too much information. No, there's no such thing as too much information, in my opinion, when dealing with this illness from a patient's perspective. Now, maybe from someone that's not dealt with it or, whatever, it might be a little wiggy, but, when I said earlier today about destigmatizing poop, it's really what it comes down to. And as an advocate, I think that's where I've been able to open up to people because I'm real. I understand medical jargon. I can read the peer-reviewed journals and I understand what they say. So I can take that information and they put all the bad guys out. Well, I turn that into, you have a playground. You have all the good kids on the playground. If the playground is full of good kids and a bully shows up, chances are the bully is not going to stay around. However, if all the good kids are getting pushed off of the swings and knocked out of the playground by the bullies, and then 5 more bullies come up, you can see how it happens. Same thing with C. diff. It's not really any different. So the trick is finding terms, finding a language that other patients, other caregivers, other people can relate to and can understand. Whether it's you're dealing with a patient or whether you're dealing with a caregiver. I can say I have been a patient myself for 9 years, and my mother last year had C. diff. She recurred 3 times. Now, me having dealt with it for 9 years, I can deal with. I can get over that. But I've also seen the aspect of a caregiver. Watching my mother on a toilet 30 times in a row sucked. So always know to find, when you're talking with people, know that what they're dealing with is their reality, it's their passion, and it's their heart because it's their loved one. So we can't ever lessen it. It's not a game to see who's more sick or who's got the worst this or who's got the worst that. When someone reaches out to you, just accept them in, listen to what they have to say, and see if you can help. If you can't help, then find out who can. And that's really the best thing that I've got to say, is just direct people into the way they need to go. Another thing I wanted to touch on, which is really big, is disinfection. And I'm touching on that just because most people that I've talked to have no idea how to properly disinfect. Now, mind you, you can go to a gazillion links of germicidals and disinfectants and find the information. So the big thing is just make sure you profess people to do proper hand washing. Wash your hands after you use the bathroom. Wash your hands before you eat. Because even if the person next to you has C. diff and you've washed your hands and not taken antibiotics and you've done your best course, then you're more likely to prevent C. diff from happening because you won't get the fecal to mouth transmission. So that's the biggie. So do all your research on your infection. My Facebook group, I've got all the links on a pin post because I found people don't really go to files. Files sound great, but people like me that are too lazy don't go to the files. I like links. Click on every link you give me to get. So I have probably 13 different links on my Facebook group. It links to the Deficit Assist Program, which there is one. So when people say, I can't afford deficit, there's a program that they have that they can call them and they can counsel them about the deficit. They can offer them money to help them with their copay if they do have, but their copay is high. Some people, like my mom, can get it for free, depending on or have different issues. Services are out there. There's several links to pages that talk about the testing, because patients want to know about testing. Which test is most accurate? Well, I can only say what I've read. I can only say what I've experienced. So it's one of those things, just kind of, as best as you can, and talk about poop. If I can have anything, if I can walk away from this with y'all learning anything, those are the two things. You're not a doctor unless you are. And everybody poops. And there is no such thing. And I do have one more thing before I'm going to stop because I do gab and they all right. Another important thing that I have communicated to C. diff patients that are going through a rough time is I have found very helpful my C. diff journals. And the C. diff journal is a book that you write down what you eat, what you drink, when you take your medications. I write down the times and I write down every single thing that's on there because then, since I'm a recurrer, I can go back and look at last year's journal and I go, oh, that's right, this is normal for me. Oh, that's right, that food didn't agree with me, why did I try that again? Had I not had that each time when I would come back, I didn't start my journals until year 5. So this is my 4th year of journaling. So it's one of those, that has been one of the biggest benefits is the journal. When you're out there, how do I deal with that into it? So TMI, poop in a journal.
Okay, this is how I roll. Just my notes are on the back of my J. Peterman blog. Okay, I'm going to come at it from a little bit of a different angle. I started Foundation going on 3 years ago, and at first my goal, well, was come up with a mission statement. It's very similar to what we're all trying to accomplish: raise awareness, provide education, and advocate for patients and for research and science in this area. So the first thing I wanted to do was build a website just where patients could go and get information, and eventually that evolved into information for physicians and links to other resources. And of course I had a contact page on there, and as you all probably now have Foundation email accounts, you're going to find that with your email address being on the website, probably you're going to get emails from people. And, still to this day, every email, we got over 1 million visits on the website last year. And every email comes to me. And I still feel the responsibility to answer every email because I just remember the feeling of there is nobody out there who knows what I'm going through. And I haven't been able to let that go yet, although I'm working on it. And so the first point I want to make is just like those of you who fly or have flown, first couple of times you pay attention to what the attendant is saying about if there's an emergency and the oxygen mask come down, that it's most important that you put your own on before you help someone else. And I think that is maybe one of the most important aspects of being an advocate. You're going to burn out and not be able to help anybody if you don't take care of yourself. So the most important thing you need to do is recognize when you've reached a limit for that day or that topic or that subject or that area and step away. None of us here can help every person. And we always have to keep the bigger picture in mind. What are we trying to do collectively? So that's the first thing I would say. Take care of yourself, know your limits, set your limits, respect your limits, and develop boundaries. Like Lisa said, people will ask you for medical advice, and I don't think we've addressed this here. The reason you can't give medical advice is, especially as a 501c3, as Christian and I both are, we have legal boundaries, and we have exposure to legal liability. And if someone who's representing or speaking on behalf of our foundations crosses that line and actually gives medical advice that results in harm, then our foundations can only both carry very expensive directors and officers liability insurance, but you don't want to have to ever use that. So the first thing I do in every conversation is say, I'm a patient, I'm a grandma, I'll talk to you, talk about whatever you want to talk about, but I'm not a doctor. I'm not going to tell you what you should do or what I'll tell you what I did. And I'll point you to other resources. So I preface almost every electronic conversation, whether it's responding to a message on Facebook or an email, I usually preface it by that, or somewhere in the comments. I have a disclaimer at the end of my email that was provided by a law firm that represents us. This email or electronic communication, it's not for the intended recipient. If you're not the intended recipient, it shouldn't be shared, forwarded, it should be deleted, not stored. And I think that's a good idea if you're engaging in electronic communication on campus about all over the internet. Go to basically any, just look at emails you receive from groups, and they're usually on there. One of the most important things you'll do is know within this community areas of interest that we each have and areas of specialization so that you can refer people to the proper areas. I have only experienced what it's like for me to have C. diff. I've never been a caregiver of someone with C. diff. I've never had an elderly patient with C. diff. I've never had a child with C. diff. So I have developed kind of a bank of volunteers, for my foundation, and I think we should all be aware of this within this group, of knowing what areas we're each going to be comfortable in so that we can refer people to the proper person if it's not an area in which we have expertise or feel comfortable talking with. And the same goes with resources outside of this group. I frequently refer people to the CDC infographics, or ask people to comment on the Federal Registry, or send a comment to the FDA. And you need to learn how to do those things. It's not as simple as just sending an email, and you have to, there's a formal collaboration. About a week after I spoke at the FDA the first time, I think it was Cliff McDonald at CDC called me and said, you need to talk to this guy named Christian Lillis. And reconnected, I think that day, and immediately saw that we need to be working together, and we've been working together ever since. And even in areas where you might not initially think that there's a good place for collaboration there, like people say to me, doesn't it drive you crazy that Lisa started an FMT failure page? No, it's not something I would do because I'm advocating for the science. Although, I do address adverse risk, but so if you meet someone and it seems like you have opposing interests, there's always a common ground if you just take the time to go a little bit deeper with that person. And you can always find a place or a way that you can connect and work together, whether it's I had some girlfriend take me out to lunch. She said, I want to hear more about the foundation. I thought, oh, great. Well, she wanted to sell me some kind of makeup that people sell from home. But, we started talking. I was like, oh, this is not what I thought. But we started talking about, my interest in kind of holistic medicine, more natural approaches, and this makeup line is based on no artificial ingredients, chemicals, additives, natural products. So we realized that we really do have a shared interest, and we've kind of grown from there, and now we're both reaching out to each other's contacts in that shared area. So always look for, it might not be obvious, it might not be what you think you were going to have a conversation about, but be open to having a different conversation if that's what it takes to connect with someone. Because that's what this is all about. It's not, in this world, you can get in front, you can get the message out to you, and that's how we're going to accomplish things together. This big web that we're going to form together. You do have to be prepared for negativity. As all of us who are very involved in social media know, there's a lot of drama sometimes. It ebbs and flows, but people are, I would say, BS crazy. People are crazy. Some people are crazy. And you're going to have to deal with that. And, we talked about not letting a troll engage you, and for people like me who are fairly recent to, having Facebook groups and Twitter and Instagram and all that, all a troll wants to do is trying to bait it. So, I keep waiting for Twitter or Facebook or email, Gmail, or my foundation email to develop a tool where you can retract something after you hit send or post, because I wanted that a lot. So now I kind of make a rule that I write something and I don't post it yet. And I kind of let it stew for a little while. And 9 times out of 10, I either delete it completely or I go back and edit the heck out of it. So do that. Don't post or comment or anything on the fly. Always measure what you're saying and how you want to say it and who you're trying to reach. Also, as far as social media, go on each of our Facebook, website, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and see who we are following and see who we follow and grow your work that way. And I'm going to do the same with people that I've connected with here today and yesterday. I'm going to see who they're connected with, because I probably need to be following those people or hearing what those beyond you. Just ask. Don't be afraid or ashamed or anything, because we didn't grow up with computers. I got a computer in 1991 when I went back to graduate school, and I got a cell phone at the same time, and it was this big. But I have 3 kids in their 20s and 30s, and I go to them. But if you don't have anybody that you know, ask somebody here today. But it's important to develop those social networks and be prepared for the drama. Don't engage with people unnecessarily if it's not going to be productive. Learn to recognize that, and don't burn yourself out. Take care of yourself, and remember the bigger picture and what we're trying to do here as a group.
Folks have questions or comments or want to?
Particularly like anything tactical, like what would you do if this happened? How do I protect myself?
I just wanted to add one more thing too.
A big part of what I do is create an illusion of safeness. I project positivity, and I try to focus people away from the illness when they're in the freak out mode. I do what I call talking them off the ledge. And all that entails is listening to them and just kind of, you know, telling them it's going to be all right and focusing them away. And so, do you have a lake in your yard? Do you find something to distract them? Because I think, I wanted to say that, I forgot about it, but I think that's something that's helpful too, is focus on the positive and try to get people out of, you know, the whole C. diff thing for a minute and a half. Because a lot of times when you're a C. diff patient, you get sucked in and hyper-focused, especially if they've recurred. And so that's C. diff occasionally. Even if you're in a group, it's good to take those people and bring them somewhere they're familiar with. You know, go, oh, do you have kids? Do you have pets? Do you have a hamster? And distract them. I mean, I've done it. I've tried to. I'm telling you, moments are very real to them. And we know that, okay, you might be on your first bout of C. diff, and this might be your first round of medication, and you can't eat, and you're 2 days into it. I just wanted to put that in there, to focus on the positive and bring them to a good place whenever you can. Because that's why they're reaching out to us as advocates. They want advice, they want information, and they just want to be heard.
Can you talk a little bit about how people might find these advocates? Like how many people find them asking
you can visit our website. Actually, quite seriously, or do you want to maybe bring it up and we can just show? So, so in starting Advocates Council, one of the things that we did is on our new webpage, we have what we call in your state. And so you can either do a poll down or click on it. And as we have advocates in each state, part of being an advocate means that you make yourself, you know, within reason, available to respond to people who reach out to you with questions. You know, Lisa's already gotten a few questions through that email address. If you don't want to share your personal email address, we give you a peggyfoundation.org email address. We certainly don't want people, you know, to, I mean, there was a point where my cell phone number was on our old website. That was a huge mistake. And we don't have a landline, so they can't find me that way. But so yeah, so I mean, that's something that folks can do. And then, you know, on presenters, whether it's, you know, Helen or Lisa, you know, Eileen, you're going to hear from in a little while. Like, we have lists of partner organizations on the website that do similar work to us. We probably will eventually build the state, the annual state page to include statewide patient safety and advocacy organizations. Didn't get to do it in this iteration.
Not actually getting all the way over there. Sorry. It's like, sorry, that's not gonna work.
I don't like your new Windows thing at all. I don't like that Windows thing. It's very complicated.
Rolling out the window.
So I guess, well, I'll just say a couple of words about it, and then maybe we can take a break and then have Eileen start a little early if you're game.
It might still be late.
Yeah. Great.
You want to say let's say this time?
Oh, maybe. I'm sorry. Sorry. Well, maybe we'll go right to Eileen. I don't think you guys touched on this, but we've had one or two instances where we had people who became involved with the foundation who had C. diff, right? And it became clear in one case very quickly, then in another case over time, that the person was toxic. Toxic to our efforts, toxic to my mental health. And so you have to, I think, be willing to draw boundaries and barriers. And because this person had C. diff, and my mother died of C. diff, and our mission is to raise awareness and advocate for people with C. diff, I probably kept this person in our life and as part of our organization for about 18 months longer than I ever would have tolerated this behavior from any other human being in any other circumstance. And, you know, Eileen's naming, no, it's not where we said it was. You know, and that's tough because the other repercussions of that are potentially, will this person who in many ways is an internet troll, I think is how I consider this one, are they going to go onto cdiffdiscuss.org and say, Christian sent me this email saying he didn't want to help with them anymore? You have to kind of be strategic. You're at that point because, you know, the other thing when it comes to online stuff, like now that we've met most of you in person, but like, and I think it depends on sort of the nature of the relationship, but like, people who come to us and say, I have diff, like, we're taking your word for it. Like, we don't know. Like, you know, I'm not saying, I mean, that's not to doubt anyone in this room, I'm not saying that, but like, you could potentially be being engaged by somebody who's really just there to play games. Obvious at first. Catherine and I were both part of, not that long ago, a CDC teleconference call presenting this new research and different things. And so a couple weeks after, I get an email, like from the people at CDC saying, this person and wanted your, and they won't give it out. If you're involved with CDC, like they will not give anyone my phone number or my email. Like they respect your, but of course we would never do that either. What they will do is they will forward a message to us saying this person would like you to contact them. So now imagine we're planning this thing. This was only a few weeks ago. And so I'm like, oh, like she did, I'm like, I need to call that guy. I'm like, you must be curious, you must want to get involved, you must be an advocate. So I finally call him, and we're talking, and he's like telling me the story about his uncle and the other thing. And he starts a consumer article, the reports. And we're talking, and he's telling me how beautiful the picture of us with our mother is, and the picture of us in the front stoop, et cetera, et cetera. William's laughing because I called him. I was stunned. I'm very rarely rendered speechless, but I was rendered speechless by this. Like, what can we do for you? Like, I really want to kind of get to like the part where we can help you. And he says, so my friend paints portraits, and he's not good at marketing, so I do the marketing for him. And we're thinking it would be great if your brother had a painted portrait of your mother, like in that picture. He contacted the Centers for Disease Control. I mean, I was like, well, thank you. You know, but the other thing, I think Catherine touched on this too, you know, you become aware, and especially like the USA Today cover story was part of it, the Consumer Reports, and I think is even bigger. But you become aware that at some point you're that extent, but in some ways, and I think like Helen and Eileen, those who have been doing this and been in the public realm, like that call actually made me aware of how public we are now. You know what I'm saying? Like this guy somehow saw consumer sell me something. So that's where we give you a piggyfoundation.org email, you know, like, so yeah, I mean, I think that's.
So I'm thinking, but what's the lesson in that? Because it's not unusual.
Yeah, I mean, so the lesson in that for me, I don't know what the lesson in that for me is actually, to be honest with you. I talked earlier about the need to modulate. And so like when I called him back, I was with like a U-Haul thing or whatever. And so I just, you know, I basically, as politely as I could get off the phone, he's since called me again because when I called him, he got my cell phone number. So I think that means a blocked cell phone number in the future. And I mean, I really don't know what to say. I'm not going to engage apparently the internet. Like I would never say his name or anything. It's just.
I think it's a lesson for all of us. I mean, I asked that question within the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
While you're calling.
And yeah, I actually did say, I said, you know, I heard it was from Consumer Reports, so, you know, and so, you know, I didn't say, like, how can I help you? I said something else, like, so, you know, how are you, or what did you want to discuss? And, like, because I thought, you know, but I think you're right, that I could have cut to the chase sooner. But I think you guys touched on this, like, somebody, like, he was telling this story, and it was about his uncle in a car accident, and I'm thinking any minute I was going to be like, and then my uncle got C. diff. And you know, there was no C. diff ever involved, and at any point, the man didn't never heard of C. diff until he saw a picture in Consumer Reports. But I think the difficulty there is, you know, so that was tricky. But you know, I wouldn't rush. I did tell CDC. I did write her back and say, like, in the future, you may want to ask why people want to contact people, you know. But of course, they're the like, you know, they don't have time to like keep grilling everybody. So, anybody else have any other questions, or should we go over to Eileen? All right.
I would just say that, speaking about vulnerability, vulnerability has another side of itself. Vulnerability is an important part of our stories. It's the Velcro that makes us attractive to policymakers, but vulnerability has another side. And that part of the beauty of activism, part of the beauty of good advocates, is being tough at the same time as you're tender. And being able to protect the tenderness with the requisite degree of toughness so that your vulnerability is preserved. And that Catherine's challenge to all of us to do to ourselves, to be preserving our ability to be advocates, is a challenge that we are equal to.
Yeah, sure. Well, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, look, I think it's set up. So yeah, we're just going to do a quick change here. Let everyone get set up.
Restroom break, water, but we're going to pretty much roll right on through. So Chris, we are not really.
I'm not. I'm putting the lens up.
Oh, I put them right over here. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I feel you. Once I've read, Well, safe travels. You're headed back to DC, right? That shouldn't be that bad. No, it's just easy for me. Yeah, you'll live too, right? Yeah. All right. Take care. I was looking for it online. They got the noise. All right. I'll try to turn it on first. All right, folks, we're going to come back together, and Eddie Karina of Pulse of New York, is going to share strategies with us. Coming. Oh, come back to me.
I'm going to need 2 volunteers, so as you come back to your seats, I'm able to volunteer 2 minutes.
In a few minutes.
For those who have to catch a train, you want to need to leave. We were here yesterday. Does anybody remember who Ignaz Semmelweis was? Does anybody know who Ignaz? Who wants to share? What? And what was his background? All right, I'm going to read it to you. Anybody else want to give it a shot? Okay. Semmelweis lived from 1885 at a rate of infection and death when babies delivered by doctors and students and midwives. Associated with handling the corpses during autopsy before attending to pregnant women, so the pregnant women were dying after they would do an autopsy. He initiated a mandatory washing policy for medical students, and the mortality rate fell to about 2%. And this is a little bit of the history of patient safety. 150 years ago, and guess what we're still talking about? Florence Nightingale. Anybody remember Florence Nightingale? She's 17 years old. She decided that it was her Christian duty to serve mankind. She was an early leader in the development of American nursing, and she told the nurse, and the less likely she will be to fall under severe criticism. And that was 1910 when Florence Nightingale lived. So what we're talking about now is maybe 5 generations. Nurses were trained to obey their doctors. And here, a few generations later, a little bit in the next, how patients are speaking up and getting more involved in their care. My name is Eileen Karina. I'm the president and founder of Pulse of New York. We're a community-based patient. So I need 2 volunteers. I got 1. Christian, did you say, come on. Okay, let's hear your buzzers. Let's hear your buzzers. Okay, one at a time? Good? Okay. I've got 4 questions. I'm going to give you an opportunity. I'll give you 4 choices on each question, okay? There's another name for either A, bed bugs, B, pressure ulcers. Pressure ulcers. Okay, let's see. Number 1 is Number 2, low health literacy means A. All right, let's hear them all first. Read it right. B. A patient does not understand instructions or diagnosis. C. A patient has not read the patient handbook. Or D. A patient uses search engines such as Google for information. B is, read it.
My patient does not understand instructions of diagnosis.
That's health literacy, yay! Okay, number 3, Ask Me 3 from NPSF, National Patient Safety Foundation, is an educational program that encourages patients to ask, A, how did this happen? Why did this happen? What should I do? B, what is my main problem? What do I need to do? Why is it important for me to do this? C, what is your name? What is your birth date? Why are you here? Or D, what is your name? What is your title? What are you here to do? Ask Me 3 from the National Patient Safety Foundation. This happened. Why did this happen? What should I do? Or B, what is my main problem? What do I need to do? Why is it important for me to do this? C, what is your name? What is your birth date? Why are you here? And
Still
D,
I did that before she yelled out though.
D, or you saying D?
I'm saying
Anybody else?
what?
D.
How about a nice necklace so you never forget? What is my main problem? What do I need to do? Or why do I need to do this? No. Okay. Now you know.
Congratulations, the nursing and.
I should have said that. Stupid word.
Last question. This is going to be a tiebreaker. So all three answers. Choose the right answer. The Swiss cheese model describes A, how sick a patient can be from eating cheese. B, recognize that too much dairy can affect, or lining up all the holes in the cheese so it ever reaches the patient. What is this? It's C, and you.
Focused on lactose.
We work with young, can be fun. A half-hour class, suspending the questions. So I'll talk a little bit about patient safety and how we educate the public. The history of patient safety we just talked about is a Safety Foundation or injuries stemming from the processes of healthcare. To talk to you a little bit of safety, a little bit about what we do at Pulse of New York and how we got started. In 1996 or about there, my 4-year-old child at the time needed surgery, and I was researching where he might be able to get surgery, what kind of doctor we would choose. Well, A was best for him, part of his team, and I saw on the news an item that said that there's legislation pending in New York State, get background information on our doctors. Anybody ever hear of this legislation? Well, that's what I wanted. I was calling the American Medical Association, Department of Health, trying to figure out where I can get information. It was pending. I called the reporter. He said, here's some people you can talk to. One was Arthur Levin, if anybody knows the name of Levin, Blair Horner from Nightbird, and I started traveling regularly to Albany to get legislation passed that would give us background information on our doctors. Well, the best way to do this was to go out into the public and start talking at PTA meetings, at community groups, AARP meetings. And my question always was, what do you know about your doctor? How do you choose your doctor? And people, you know what they said? What do you think they said? Insurance, he's a really nice guy. My friends use him, he's in the neighborhood, I love his hours and magazines, he golfs. So my question was, we have to change that. We have to start getting people more involved in their care. And what I found is people were sharing stories of terrible things that were happening. People who worked in the healthcare system had bad outcomes, infections, wrong site surgery, medication errors, things that they never had an opportunity to share before. So we started support groups for survivors of medical injury. And we were able to share our stories in a safe place and try to figure out how we're going to learn from those stories. So that's how Pulse of New York started. But my real interest, my very early interest, and why I needed to be involved in the care was what I shared a little earlier. Michael had chronic ear infections. He needed his tonsils and his adenoids removed. I went to the nicest doctor. He had a 4-year-old child. My son had his surgery. He was bleeding after the surgery. And for 8 days, I went to 5 different doctors and said, something is wrong. I said, don't worry. He died from blood loss, and his body was riddled with infection. And what scared me more than anything else is nobody cared. Nobody wanted to do anything. And you know what was even more hurtful? Is I really liked the doctor. I remember I chose him because he was a really nice guy. He had a 4-year-old child. We connected. He liked me. It all changed when my son died. Nobody wanted to talk to me. And now I needed a surgeon for my now 4-year-old son. How was I going to get involved? So we worked on this legislation. We got this legislation passed. And then I started going to conferences. I went to Chicago and showed up at the National Patient Safety Foundation. Did a second Edinburgh conference in 1999. And this is a group from the AMA started. I don't know, anybody familiar with the National Patient Safety Foundation? I went semi-invited. I told them I was going to be there. And a group of advocates were there to talk about their experiences. And when I walked in that room, I heard a CEO of a hospital talking about the death of his child at the hospital where he worked. And I said, oh my God, they know. These people who work in healthcare know there's a problem. And instead of them pushing us out the door and blowing us off, they invited me to work under their Patient and Family Advisory Council. I started their council and then became a board member. And I got very involved in patient safety on a national level. From there, in 2005, I got seen as a commissioner with the Joint Commission. And then on my 11th year as a commissioner, public member. Anybody hear the Joint Commission? Yeah, a lot of people aren't crazy about the Joint Commission if you work in healthcare, but things are going smooth. It can be a blessing. Groups that can't get used to this on the right side of the next slide. So these are some of the groups that are out there, the organizations that work in patient safety. What we need is way more patient-centered, way more patient leaders out there, right? The money's going to these organizations, these companies. We need the funding to make sure that we're funded and we're out there, we're teaching our experiences about patient safety. While I was on the board of the National Patient Safety Foundation, which I still am, they have something called the American Hospital Association, National Patient Safety Foundation, Patient Safety Leadership. It's a fellowship for a year. I applied for it, I got a full scholarship.
afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for sticking around to what I consider a very important and valuable aspect of being a patient advocate or advocate for the cause, to bringing more awareness regarding CDIP. So the presentation that we have before you is understanding the media environment. So why am I standing here before you? Well, I'm a senior media relations specialist. I work at Tonic Communications based in Philadelphia. And it's really an honor and privilege to be here before you just to talk about something that I absolutely love and have a passion for, which is the media. The next slide. A little bit of an overview, just regarding my background and experience. I used to be a television anchor, reporter, and producer. I worked for an NBC affiliate in upstate New York, and I worked for an independent station, a CNN associate affiliate, up in the Philadelphia region, more so in the suburbs. And then I did some freelancing independent work in Philadelphia for a business-focused television program set for the internet called Career TV. So media engagement, extremely valuable and important in order to spread awareness to the masses, whether it's for local television exposure, local print, or even on a national standpoint. You want to make sure that your voice is heard. You each have a story to tell. Either you have been impacted personally by C. diff, you have lost somebody due to this terrible, terrible disease. There's a reason why you have decided to be so forward and honest and truthful about something that is not amongst the norm of many diseases out there that are gaining national attention constantly. So you have a harder battle, but there are options to be successful and to come out as winners. So here's a little bit of a breakdown regarding the media. So there are 4 aspects to media: earned media, owned, shared, and paid. So we'll start with the first, which is earned media. Earned media is the result of media relations efforts to gain coverage in print, TV, radio, and online. What that essentially means is you reaching out to a reporter, to an editor, to a television producer, sharing your story, letting them know why it is important for them to give you the time of day to talk about something that's important in your life. That's okay. That's earned media. You earned the media coverage by just reaching out. Owned media. Owned media is content created and hosted on controlled channels. So for example, similar to what the Peggy Lillis Foundation is doing, they've hired a freelance videographer. They are going to be coordinating video content affiliated with this foundation. They own the rights to the video content. They can distribute it at will. They own it, they can do what they want, push it out through their website, through social media channels. Shared. Shared media is owned and earned content circulated by general public through print or social media aspects. Essentially what that means is if it's gained and generated through television or through print, social media is a wonderful and fabulous thing, which was very well executed and explained today during the summit. When it's shared, that means I can tweet about it. I can post it up on Facebook. I can call my neighbor and say, oh my gosh, you have to go onto WFMZ TV's website and take a look at this fantastic story that they did. It's coverage that has been exposed, and it's the audiences that are sharing the content. Paid. Paid media, or what we like to call paid integration, is the message and content that's placed in front of an audience for a fee. So essentially, a lot of paid integration that you will find in print, and especially in television on a national scale, you give them the dollar, they'll put what you want up on television or written in the press on a national standpoint and scale. So if you're coming from a foundation standpoint, you might have raised the dollars to be able to get 60 minutes to do a 2 to 4 minute segment regarding C. diff, and that's because you have a dollar backing. But that's not to say if you don't have the funds that your story still isn't worthwhile. Sometimes in gaining exposure on a national standpoint is just a little bit more challenging because per day, they're probably at least hearing from 400 people stating why it's important that they should be featured. So that's why sometimes as an agency, we advise paid integration because essentially it's guaranteed exposure on multiple outlets for a national to international exposing range. Next slide, please. Media relations, an opportunity for collaboration. It's a two-way street. We help them because we give them content. Producers and editors need it. The news is 24/7. They have to fill it with content. And simultaneously, we are sharing the messages that we feel so passionate about with the masses and to the audiences that we want to expose the messages to. The reporter's objectives. When reporters receive emails for potential news story-worthy content, they're looking at several things, and here are a few. They want to make sure that they can communicate newsworthy topics. They're going to be looking at your pitch and your email and stating, why is this relevant today? Why should I feature this now? What's the important factor? Why can't I do a story about this 3 years from now? Doesn't seem like C. diff is going anywhere. It's just something to think about. Connecting with audiences. They're going to see how this will resonate with the audiences that they are reaching from a local, national standpoint, or if it's from print, from their readers. Are readers really going to appreciate this story? Is this worthwhile for them to pitch to their editors? Providing context. What type of new information can you state that the reporter or the editor or the producer has ever heard of? If you have new content to back up the essence of your story of why you want to share it, you will be setting yourself up for better, successful rates. Spokesperson objectives. As you can see, from a spokesperson standpoint, you want to make sure that you're sharing a unique story. Your authentic story is unique enough. You just need to hone in on those key elements and aspects that really make and grasp the reporter's attention to listen and to pay attention, to make them feel, she has a point. You know what? I think I should do something about this and help them. Connecting with readers, connecting with audiences, as we expressed before. That's extremely vital and important. Because ultimately, as a patient advocate or as a caregiver, an advocate at large, foundation, you want to be able to connect with a variety of people, not just people that know about C. diff, but to be honest, you want to contact all of those that have no idea what C. diff is, to warn them and to prepare them. God forbid if something were to impact their lives the way that it's impacted yours. Increasing awareness falls along the same lines as connecting with readers and audiences. Introduction to pitching. So some of you might not be familiar or know how to go about how to approach an editor, how to approach the media. And so that is why we are here to give you a little bit of a how-to. First bullet point we have to our basic rundown, targeted media list. You can create an easy media list through an Excel document. You want to know the area demographic that you're reaching out to. So television news affiliates that are in your local area. Okay? Go onto their website. Research the reporters. Take a look at some of the reporters that may have covered health stories in the past. Those are the types of people that you want to reach out to. The pitch, relevant background and facts, goes into what I was discussing earlier. Your story is unique, you need to share it. That is your pitch. If you also have concrete facts that are relevant to news and information that's being pushed out regarding C. diff research, if you can incorporate that into your pitch, that's what's going to be the now factor of why a reporter should do a story about this now versus a year from now. Media relationships. You might hear back from someone in the media and they might say, you know what, Kim, thank you very much for sharing this information, but I'm just swamped with other deadlines right now. I don't have the time. Consider it an accomplishment that a reporter actually got back to you. Keep that relationship and that connection. Acknowledge them back in a response saying, I completely understand, it's unfortunate that you can't share my story at this time, but I would love to touch base with you again, and it would be an honor just to tell and share with you my story because I think it is newsworthy. Building that relationship. You don't want to burn bridges with the media. You don't want to come back and be like, oh, I'm not reaching back out to that reporter again, they ignored me, blah, 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 and make excuses, because honestly, when it comes to local and even national news, they might be interested in your content, but if there's breaking news and their producer is like, no, go out to that fire, I'm canning your health story, you have no control over that. You can't call the producer up or the editor and be like, oh, please reconsider so this can air. You have no control of that situation, but you do have control of maintaining the relationships. So don't be afraid or don't get yourself all down and disheartened if, in fact, the media can't acknowledge your story right now. Keep going at it. And another piece of advice that I would like to share, if you don't hear back from the media within 3 days after you initially reach out to them through email and through telephone, what I always like to do through email is re-forward them the initial message that you sent to them and shoot off a quick little note and say, hi Marissa, this is Kimberly just touching base with you. I just wanted to make sure that you got this email because I think this is really interesting content and I thought it would be up your alley. At your earliest convenience, if you can get back in contact with me, I would appreciate it. It gives them the power of like, oh, okay, let me not ignore this, or they might have just easily just missed over and skimmed over your email or hit delete by accident because they get a slew of other PR pitches and other things. So give them the benefit of the doubt that they just didn't see it. Next. Tailoring an approach to a specific audience and demographic. There's a difference between online and social media versus traditional. So your traditional news is the news that cranks out. You get a daily newspaper, you on weekends editions, Monday through Friday. You get your broadcast programs on the early morning sunrise editions, to your noon broadcast, to your evening news broadcast, the 5 to 6, and you get the 10s and the 11s. It goes on. There's no pressing deadline. Anytime that they have story, newsworthy content, just with a click of the mouse, boom, they can post something. Whereas versus traditional media, many times, especially with television, you actually have to sit and wait for the 5 o'clock news, the 11 o'clock news. So there's like the pros and cons with both aspects of media. Consumer media versus trade and professional media. Your consumer media is going to be the media for your everyday person. So at every type of consumer media, it can be anything from men's health, to First for Women. It's publications that the general masses would typically pick up and read. And so you might find health stories and content in there, but the way that they frame the stories are generalized based off of their audiences. So how do they break down something that is complicated and make it easy and understandable? So when you are pitching to the consumer media, you want to just keep that into account of how you can make your story and how you can see it a little bit more understandable that people can at least place themselves in your shoes. Trade and professional media are to the doctors, HCPs, and to the nurses, those within the medical field that you can throw out some more technical terms and language and they will understand because that given publication, it speaks their language. Broadcast media versus print media. Whenever you are pitching to broadcast, if you can ever provide them with links, I highly recommend that because broadcast media is a visual media. So it needs to show visuals in order to tell the story. Print media, more times than not, you can just send them the pitch without photos. And if you do have photographs to provide them, I would recommend providing print media with photographs as well. Because if in fact they do schedule an opportunity to speak with you, they will send a photographer with them, but at least they know from a visual standpoint from a print press, printing and press-wise, what they can kind of mold and create. Evergreen stories versus breaking news. That was the scenario that I gave you of why is your content and why is your story relevant now versus a year from now. Evergreen stories can be, stories and from your angles and your pitching It's like, oh, I'll send it to this outlet today and maybe that outlet next week. There's no hard deadline versus breaking news. Breaking news is if there is that stat, anything that you can link and hone in with seeded information and content that's relevant right now and might be a hot topic, that's what you can link your story to. That's what makes it breaking news. Becoming a spokesperson. Becoming a spokesperson for your cause and for what you're passionate about. You can't fake it. Reporters can see right through that. Goes back to being your unique self, telling your unique story. Being a spokesperson is a huge responsibility. Not only can you just rely on your own personal story, but it's important to know the basic facts of why you are speaking to that reporter right here, right now. It's a call to action. Knowing your story, you're speaking from experience. Be able to provide examples. So many of you that I had the privilege of speaking with, sharing your stories with me of how CEDAW has impacted your lives. I asked you specifically, how has it changed your life? Be honest and be candid. List those examples. That's what they want to hear. They don't want to hear the generalized story. They want to know specifics. Provide them with those examples. Use quotable language. If you're coming from a place of honesty, the quotable language is just going to spew out of you. Don't think too hard. Just be honest. Practice your key points, your key talking points. Sometimes what I like to advise those that are about to approach and meet the media, per se, that have never had any type of media experience whatsoever. I always tell them to write on a little index card, maybe 5 bullet points of important information that they wish to express during the time that they're going to be engaging in a conversation with the media. It doesn't have to be a full long sentence, but 5 points. It can be easily my story, how it's affected me, my passion behind my advocacy, so on and so forth. That way, before your interview, you can take a look at that index card and be like, right, I'm focused. I do know what I want to say and speak about. I'm not going to feel stumped. Determining the agenda. Know the media outlet and prepare accordingly. Are you going to be speaking to a reporter that's from a television news affiliate? Are you going to be speaking with somebody that works for a local paper or from a national standpoint? Are you going to be speaking from somebody from the Times or the Washington Post? Is it going to be in person or over the phone? Anytime that you have a broadcast opportunity, 99% of the time, and I will guarantee this to you, they're going to want to see you face to face. Okay? So if you are a little bit more timid and hesitant to go on camera, if that's not within your comfort zone, that's fine. My recommendation would be is to target specifically just print media, because you don't necessarily have to see the reporter face to face. More times than not, you can actually conduct the interview over the phone. But in person, I always recommend in person is better, whether it is television or print, because you make the eye connection. You feel that emotion, because from a writing standpoint, a journalist is going to be pulling from that. They can't really sense that over the phone, truly. Television, radio, is it live or is it tape? Sometimes in television, you might have the opportunity of being a part of the noon broadcast where it's taped live and they're going to do a sit-down interview segment with you, sitting right next to the couch, next to your favorite television personality, and right then and there live, you'll have the opportunity to share your story and to speak those important key points. Or is it taped? Like you just did back there. It wasn't live. If you messed up, that's okay. Focus, regather your thoughts. Share your story. Where? Sometimes from television, they might have you come into studio, or more times than not, the reporter and the photographer and the videographer are going to actually go to the location of maybe where your event summit is going to be held, or to your home. They'll ask you where you would like to meet. And so you can dictate where would you like to meet them. If you're comfortable having them in your home, invite them into your home. Gives them that sense of community, especially from a local news standpoint. That's what they're all about, is reaching out to their community, to their audiences. So just be prepared for that. If they ask you, oh, can we look to your home? You'll be like, oh, okay. How long is the segment? Television rule of thumb, A television package segment of the story is not going to be over 1 minute and 45 seconds. So you might be sitting down with a reporter and they are going to have information that's 10 minutes long, but it's the reporter's job and responsibility to condense it. So some of you that might have had opportunities to speak with television journalists would see the segment and tell all of your friends and your family, and it's only 1 minute and 45 seconds, and you were on television 3 times, probably with the equivalent of 20 seconds. You're like, I said so much more, they cut so much out. They only have a certain amount of time, so that's having short, condensed key points. It's being able just to really conquer and get the points in and using the quotable language. That's where that comes in. Print, however, they typically, based on their word count, they might have more liberties to put more of your quotations in a print piece. So you might just notice the differences between the two. Being able to secure questions and topics in advance, that's like the dream. You're like, yeah, so what type of questions are you going to be asking me prior to us meeting? Because I kind of would like a little bit of a heads up. Depending on the reporter, the producer, or the editor's schedule that day, they might be able to shoot you a quick response of, here's a general idea of what you will be asked, but don't put all your eggs in one basket thinking that you're going to be getting questions in advance. That's why it's just important to do your homework, do your prep work, see what type of stories have been released by certain reporters. It doesn't hurt to ask, but don't be a nag about it. You just ask them once and they say, we might be able to help you out, I'll get back to you, acknowledge them, say, okay, that would be extremely helpful if I were provided questions. If not, no worries. Make it conversational. If you make yourself easy and approachable to the media, they're gonna wanna come back and connect with you again and you can be their go-to source. Tips and reminders. So just kind of rehashing everything that I just discussed in some of the previous slides. That's just going to help you and benefit you when you have opportunities to speak with the media. You want to take control of the situation. The reporter might be asking you the questions, but they can't write or produce any content without knowing what you're going to say. You have control. Use that to your advantage. Bridge back to key messages. So for example, if a reporter seems to go a little bit off kilter to the direction of how you want the interview to go, know how to hook them back in. Be like, you know what, I feel like we're going a little bit off track here, but this is something that I'm really passionate about and what I would love to discuss with you about. Boom. Redirect it, bring it back in. Understanding blocking, understanding certain language, knowing essentially the order of your key messages is extremely important. So you don't get lost or confused or feel like you're just rambling on for hours and you're like, what the heck am I talking about right now? Know when to redirect a question, as I mentioned. Anticipate those tough questions. Reporters might ask you, what is C. diff? Know how to respond in your own layman's terms. How would you describe C. diff to somebody that has no idea what it is? Anticipate the tough questions. Anticipate some of the emotional questions, some of the questions that might set up a little trigger in you. If you get emotional during an interview, never apologize. Don't apologize. It's your story. Why are you apologizing for sharing something so personal? There's no need to do that. There's no need. Turning negatives into positive. Something that has impacted everyone in a traumatic and great way. You're all here because you're taking a negative situation and making it a positive as being advocates. Something that has deeply impacted you. You are doing good in society, being able to share your story. It's a positive. Transitions. This goes to hooking it back in, taking control of the interview. Perhaps the most valuable interview response technique is the bridge or transition statement. Essentially what this is knowing the certain language of how to look at a reporter and say, quote, That's an interesting question, but let me remind you that, okay, go back in. That's a really important point, but X, Y, and Z. Before we run out of time, I just would like to add, sometimes you might encounter reporters where their last question for you is there anything else in addition that you want to add before we wrap up an interview? That might be the gift question, like we like to call it here in media relations. It's a gift, it's your gift, they're giving you the floor officially. You the opportunity to be able to state and close out the remaining part of the interview. Sometimes other reporters, they will do that. Once you're done talking, they're like, okay, I have everything that I have, thank you so much. If that is the case, create your own gift question. Plug it in, be like, actually, I do have something else I want to add. Just so hang on, let's not pull up, let's not pull up everything, don't put your pen away, don't go get your car keys, don't go ahead, just wait. I have something else to add. Interview checklist. So here's a few little bullet points regarding how to prep yourself to your most successful interview with the media. Speak in a conversational, upbeat tone. You're passionate about what you're doing. There's a reason why you're engaging the media. Show it. Be personable. Give brief but complete answers, as we discussed earlier. Keep calm. Keep calm. The information that you have to share is great. You know, it's common that if you see the lights and the videographer getting close and he's just like, let me rearrange your mic, it might kind of make you feel a little bit violated, especially if you have like a personal space bubble. And like, okay, so what's touching me right now? just keep calm. They're doing their job to set you up for success. All you need to do is just focus on the key points that you want to state, and you will be successful. Be honest. Comes back to telling a unique story and coming from a place of authenticity. Be honest. Your story is unique and individual to you. The person that you're sitting right next to, you guys have similar components, but different stories. Be yourself, be honest. Broadcasting tips. Maintain eye contact with the reporter, not with the camera. More times than not, the reporter will say, during the entire interview, you're going to be looking straight at me, don't even bother looking at the camera. Sometimes they'll be like, okay, we ready to go, we ready to roll, great. Okay, first and last name, say it, spell it, where are you from? And then you're like, oh, where do I go? And they're going to advise me on what to do. Look at them the entire time like you're having a conversation. After a reporter asks you a question, pause, regain your thoughts, think about what you're going to say, then state it. Just because a reporter asks a question doesn't mean right off the bat automatically you have to have the answer. You can think about it. Use that pause. Especially if you catch yourself, say, actually, can I restate that? They're going to say, by all means, yeah, go right ahead. Wear solid colors, not prints. Avoid wearing white. So, I would never wear my white jacket if I was anchoring. I'm wearing like really pretty blue right underneath. I would wear that because blue is really nice. These pants have black and white in it. That's fine because it has black in it as well. But never just all white-based colors, especially for television, because it's really hard from a filming standpoint to grasp what type of colors are surrounding, and you might look a shade blue and you really look white. You know, it's just a whole different element. So I always like to advise people don't wear white on camera. And whether you're on television or you're going to be speaking with a member of the press, look presentable. Look your best. It doesn't mean that you have to go to the hair salon and get your hair all done and be like, okay, I'm going to be talking to the media. Like, take my picture. Look presentable. I would say the Sunday best. You, as being a patient advocate, You're representing yourself, and you're representing so many others that are walking the same walk as you. You want to keep them proud. You all look nice, look presentable. Friendly reminders. Silence is okay. What does that mean? Well, if you're done talking, just stop talking. If a reporter is writing something down, or if you're having a phone interview with them and you hear silence on the other end, don't feel like you have to fill in the silence gap. Because then you're like, no, 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 no. And they're just writing things down, collecting their thoughts. Silence is okay. When you're done speaking, you can stop talking. Never wing it. Know your key points prior to an interview. You don't want to feel humiliated or embarrassed or feel like, oh my gosh, I had the opportunity to speak to the media and I blew it. I didn't talk about any of my talking points. Do your homework, be prepared. Know when not to answer a question, which is very important. If you don't know an answer to a question a reporter asks you, just say to them, I don't know the answer to the question, but I can recommend somebody who might be able to answer that for you. Come from a place of honesty. If you don't know, you don't know. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's going to be part of the reporter's job then to find the appropriate source to be able to speak to somebody regarding maybe some of the more technical questions that they might have. Nothing is off the record. As much as we like to think and say, off the record, X, Y, and Z, when you're speaking with a reporter, you're speaking with a reporter, period. Unless they actually put the notepad aside, they turn off the camera, you guys go grab drinks afterwards, and you guys become buddy-buddies, that's when you know it's safe to say. But when they're doing their job, they're doing their job. It's not off the record. So don't be bashing anybody else or saying, oh, this foundation's not so great, but this one is even better. Be kind. I know, I'm sorry, Christian. Be kind. Be kind. Because little would you maybe figure out that potentially they might be doing a story about why this foundation is better than that one, and then it can cause us all like media war frenzy. And we, you know, publicity's publicity, but you don't want to be involved in that. That's just setting yourself up for not so good publicity down the line. Don't expect to be able to review the content, okay? Don't expect to be able to see the journalist's story prior to print. More times than not, you will come across really nice reporters that be like, hey, would you like to take a look at this prior to me sending it to my editor? That's wonderful. When you're given that opportunity, it's golden to keep that connection with that reporter, with that editor, because that means they really value what they're about to put out into the media. Be available and flexible. I can't tell you how many times, unfortunately, there have been missed opportunities with the media because people haven't made themselves available, and it's become more of a nuisance and difficult coordinating schedules. Reporters and editors are not going to want to deal with confusion and with constant conflict. If a reporter acknowledges you and says, yeah, I want to speak to you at Tuesday at 5, if you have dinner plans at Tuesday at 5, rearrange your schedule to have your dinner plans at 6, 6:30. You're pitching to the media for a reason, so if it's in your power to not ruin it, don't. If you can change and rearrange something, do it to make it easy for you. You don't want to make it difficult for an editor or for a reporter to reject you. If you're easily flexible and you're like, oh, you know, they're just really nice and they're just really accommodating. Actually, I do have the time, so yeah, let me just quickly go over and interview them. It can be for them being like no big deal, but for you, it's like, oh my gosh, I have a media hit. This is amazing. I can't wait. Here are 2 examples we're going to show you from broadcast media hits. One based out of, I think it's a CBS affiliate in Boston. It was a patient profile regarding a C. diff patient advocate. And also, during this piece, the reporter was also able to interview a doctor. So we'll show that first example.
these days.
They use the word a lot. I get emotional. It's called blessed.
For more than a year, he was deathly ill. It wasn't the colorectal cancer, but the bacterial infection he picked up during his cancer surgery.
It's like getting in a ring to an opponent you can't see, and this opponent is kicking you from one side of the ring to the other side of the ring.
C. diff, or Clostridium difficile, is a potentially deadly infection common in hospitals around the globe. 500,000 U.S. cases a year. Dr. Carolyn Alonso is an infectious disease specialist at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center.
Patients in the hospital tend to be more vulnerable to this infection. They're oftentimes elderly, with weakened immune systems, on systemic antibiotics, so they're a susceptible population, and then the spores are present.
But now Beth Israel has hope that things could soon change. The Boston Hospital is part of a worldwide vaccine trial aimed at stopping the spread before it starts. And that means at-risk patients could get vaccinated at the start of their hospital stay.
It's going to be immense because once this settles in, this god-awful disease, there's no way to treat it. You can dance around it, try and hope, but it's very difficult because it gets a foothold on you.
The study will last about 3 years, is completely voluntary. Kate Merrill, WBZ News.
You can just quickly pause once you get a chance. The next video that we're going to watch is of Ryan Stevens, an IBD and Crohn's disease patient advocate. And so we wanted to show two different examples of two very different types of rare disease conditions that are not popular amongst the general population, but have generated successful media hit opportunities. Ryan's example that we're just about to show you is a live interview segment on, I believe it's on Erie's, the Fox station's morning show. So live means live, present, right then and now, streaming live. So.
If it's quiet, you put the mic by the speaker?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
So you're swimming across Lake Erie.
That's correct.
And what's the cause behind this?
I'm doing it to raise awareness for IBD, which is inflammatory bowel disease. Diseases, there's two of them. There's Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis.
And this is something that you're unfortunately familiar with.
Yes, I have Crohn's disease. I've had it for 5 years now, and it's been, in the beginning it was quite a struggle, and now I just want to try to help raise awareness about the diseases.
Right, and this is, you're a swimmer all your life, or in a collegiate swimmer, correct?
Yeah, I swam 4 years in college. I swam at the University of Toledo, actually.
Now, with you being an athlete, I'm sure that you probably watch what you eat, but how does having Crohn's disease affect your diet?
For me, it doesn't really affect my diet. Most of my activity was in my large bowel, and for people who have it in their small bowel, they do have issues where they might not absorb nutrition from their food, so they do have to have or keep a close eye on what they're eating and how, what they're taking in.
And obviously, when you were diagnosed, I would imagine there was a lot of weight loss, and so you weren't probably able to swim for a while, or?
Yeah, when I was first diagnosed, it was 2009, and I basically lived on my couch for about 2 years straight.
Wow.
So I just, about down to 120 pounds, actually.
Goodness, wow, what a tough time to get through. What made you decide to get back in the pool and decide you were ready again to start that heavy physical activity?
I was sitting on my couch. I've always been an active person, being a former swimmer, and I was, in 2008, I was trying to get back into shape, actually, and then along came Crohn's, and I, literally couldn't do anything. And so I want to try to, there's 1.4 million people in America that live with an IBD, and I want to try and help raise awareness for them. And swimming is just something that comes natural for me. So.
Well, I see some video here of you actually in the pool doing what you do best, but obviously swimming in a pool and swimming in Lake Erie are very different, right?
It's a lot different, yeah. I've been watching the weather this entire week, and every time I look at it, it changes. So
it does, yeah.
The winds are going to be a big factor because that will cause the waves. You're swimming in a pool, it's nice, no waves. So, but the wind could be an issue. We got to watch the waves. If they get too big, we might have to come back another day. So it's all dependent on the weather.
And how long do you expect this is going to take? When do you start and when do you expect to be finished?
Sure, it's, I'm hoping about 12 hours.
Wow.
It's a 24-mile swim, and it's from Long Point, which is in Ontario, Canada, and then it'll be basically straight south to the northeast Pennsylvania.
Wow.
This is going to be a huge undertaking. We certainly wish you the best in this. And is there any way people can kind of learn more about the disease and also more about what you decided to do?
Absolutely. I have a blog, which is crohnsguy.com, and on there it explains a little bit of what I've experienced with the disease. And as well, there's a page at the top called Lake Erie Swim, and it tells people more about what we're going to be undertaking.
Yeah. Okay, well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Hopefully the weather will hold out for you.
I'm hoping, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
So those are just two different examples of television media opportunities that you might be fortunate to be involved with. Oh, boy, you can. So for right now, initially we were thinking that we might have time to do a little bit of a breakout session, but many of you have actually already conducted and done interviews with. So I would like to use this opportunity as an open floor conversation for questions. If any of you want to share about your experiences or tips and advice of when engaging with the media, or if you have any questions for me, the mic is yours. The floor is open.
I had some experience that I wanted to share. One thing is, the one thing that you wish you didn't say is what they're probably going to use. So be really careful not to say something, like you said. And the other thing is, I find reporters who I get to know will call me and say, a report came out, tell me every detail about the report, almost plant the words that they want me to say. And I have to do my own research and put it in my own words, but I find that I'm grateful for that, as long as I know it's not against anything I believe in. So what is do you see that? Is that common occurrence?
It is, because more times than not, in the start and the beginning of the day, they will have a morning, evening, afternoon news meeting. They're going to figure out what topics they would like to discuss for the day, what are newsworthy content, things of that nature. So many of times, a reporter might get the clearance to be able to speak with you regarding new information just released regarding CF, and they want to get that patient angle in addition to telling the story. And so their producer already planted the seed as to this is the type of story I want you to tell. And so you might get questions or feed kind of answers that are more in tune with what the reporter has to say. My best advice to you is say your key points. If you don't like the direction of how the interview is going, just say, honestly, I can't really speak to that, but this is what I can speak to. Because either which way, they're going to be able to get their content exposed to the media. So if they need to go to a different source, maybe a professional, a doctor or a nurse who specializes in it, they'll find other resources. But more times than not, a patient's story is something in addition that a journalist is going to want to capture. So they're going to want to speak to an official to get the official response or the official soundbite, because from a legal standpoint, they can't be sued if they're speaking about something, especially if a doctor is stating certain facts. But from a patient perspective, they can't do anything about it. It's your story. This is what the patient says. They can't do anything. So a lot of times it's just to kind of cover their own skin. So as I said before, if you don't feel comfortable with the direction it's going, just speak to the points that you can speak to. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention and see what your thoughts are. I've had a number of print interviews, and most of the reporters that I've spoken with have done a great job quoting me correctly. But recently I had a situation where a reporter who I had never spoken to before misquoted me. Like, he took parts of things I said, took things out of context, and the words just weren't mine for the most part.
Did you not have any interaction with the reporter?
We had a decent phone call.
A decent phone call, okay.
Yeah, once it was done, basically, is what I felt. Was there anything really to do about it?
My best piece of advice is, if that is to happen, Don't go to the reporter, go to the boss, go to the editor. Say, hey, I was misquoted, this is what I actually said. Because more times than not, they might actually, especially because a lot of print media is also posted online on the web, because that's how print media is trying to survive. Because nowadays we're so in touch with our mobile devices that it's very uncommon for people to sit and pay the money to hold and read a newspaper. So they might be able to fix the quote and make the changes online. So it's worthwhile to reach out and come from a respectable approach. I'm really grateful that, so-and-so was able to, felt the need to speak with me about this, but unfortunately, I think they misquoted me, and this is how I wanted to approach it. So just come from a place of, expect that they didn't hear you correctly versus deciding to omit certain truths and then, mold it into a way that they actually wanted.
Yeah, I can address that point. I think one of the most, and I can't even remember where I learned this, but one of the most helpful things that I had in dealing with the press was I always ask them after the interview if I can verify quotes, and 9 times out of 10 they'll say yes. I remember once, Wall Street Journal reporter said, "Yeah, we're the Wall Street Journal. We don't do that." But she did fine. But I found that if I didn't do that, usually they'll let you read the whole story, and there will be mistakes in the whole story, and you can point those out as well as your quotes. But otherwise, you can be misquoted, or maybe something that you said you'd like to rephrase, and you can do that at that juncture. So it's just really helpful.
Thanks for sharing. And anybody else before we wrap up?
So we had two instances that I think are worth noting and highlighting, and the first was fairly early on, and I think Chris will remember this because I made him pull a car over, where there was a story that was coming out about, I think it was about Sanofi's vaccine, actually. And the New York Times health reporter contacted me, and we started talking, told him about the story, this kind of thing. And then he wanted me to, he was basically asking for me to render an opinion about the value of this vaccine. And I told him I could not do that. I'm not a research scientist, I'm not a doctor. It is not our place to decide whether or not an investigational vaccine is. And I mean, this is not even something that I was in contact with Susan or anybody. It's just, for me, I have no credibility, and the foundation has no credibility to take that kind of position. And so when this story came out, there was no mention of any other thing we talked about. And so sometimes you have to forego a media opportunity because it would be dishonest, or it would put you in a, because, if we say, hey, it's not our business, but this comes back to what Lisa was saying about, advocates aren't doctors. But at the end of the day, not only would we, my opinion on the vaccine is immaterial. And the only thing that it could do would be for it to put us in a terrible position. So, you have to kind of be willing to give up that. And, I similarly was once, even after being guaranteed the right to see a story, I don't even know if misquoted is the right word. They were a young reporter, it was her relatively small local blog. And it just didn't, when I read it, it was not, I couldn't even recognize myself in it.
Right.
But it was a small thing, and nothing that I said was wrong, or it was just weird. It was just odd.
It's knowing when to pick your battles.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm gonna let this one go.
The other part of it, back to your point in terms of that first situation, is that's actually very common, especially if the reporter is talking to someone who is a representative of the foundation, because they'll want that opinion of the community of, well, what does this mean for the community? What does this mean for patients, for the advocates? And to Christian's point, you cannot give an opinion. I mean, you can give an opinion as a personal person, but oftentimes you want to be careful and walk that fine line. And what you can do is say, well, I can't speak specifically about it because I don't know anything really, I'm not a doctor. But what I can say is that, you know, this is a positive step forward for the community, or this is a positive step forward in research and bringing some recognition and light to this, you know, huge unmet need.
It's going back to bridging, bringing it back in.
And I guess I did somewhat say, it was something I think what I kind of said was like, you know, obviously there's a large unmet need, et cetera, you know, so, you know, we're interested in all efforts to prevent and treat this disease, but they want, you know, they want something meaty that's going to go, we think vaccines suck, or we, you know, or we think fecal
They want the
transplant is
sense of
terrible.
drama, but if they want it, they'll find other means to get it. It doesn't have to be with you.
I think what we have to be really careful of, what I've found, and part of our community education that we do, is on the words that we use, like all patients want, and every patient wants, and we can't ever speak for everybody. So we have to be very careful to use those kind of words. You did something this morning, Christian, that I very rarely hear, is you talked about, you know, most healthcare professionals don't get up in the morning and want to hurt somebody. Because over and over again you hear, no doctor or nurse won't get up in the morning and want to kill somebody or hurt somebody. Well, I spent a year clipping out magazine articles and newspaper articles about criminal healthcare professionals, just to prove that it's true, and I have a notebook on that because of that kind of term. So I think when we talk to the press, we have to be very careful to say, my opinion or our position on this is, and not to speak for everybody.
Right.
They're always going to be looking for the different hook to make their story different. And from, I think it's a little bit sometimes, unfortunately, from an ego standpoint, they're going to be like, what's going to be my big break of the story? And it's like, maybe this is it, depending on what the outlet is. So just, like I said earlier in the presentation, come from a place of honesty, be authentic, tell your unique story. If you don't know the answer to a question, or if you don't feel comfortable answering it, state it. I don't care how many different approaches a reporter might say to you, like, oh no, your response is going to be fine. Be like, no, I really don't feel comfortable, but I can point you in the right direction of somebody who might be able to answer that.
And that's where Kimberly's advice to always know that nothing is off the record, it comes in and is so important. And I would actually even go a step further than what Kimberly's advice is and say, don't ever assume that anything is off the record. Because I've had situations where I've had clients or patient advocates where the interview's over, they put the notepad away, and they're just sitting there and chatting, and they're talking about stuff and things that were part of that discussion after the interview, off the record, just as, you know, collegial people, ended up in the interview.
I'll also say that's shady of that reporter to do something like that. Like, I would have never, ever have done anything like that. But again, it also comes from like an ethical, moral standpoint of that individual person. You can't judge their moral character. All you can judge is what's they've exposed out to the media.
Well, and sometimes it's an experience thing, you know, because especially when you're dealing with local or regional media reporters, they are oftentimes just starting out, or they're covering 7 different types of topics. So they could one day be talking about like the local beauty pageant, and the next day they could be covering like a health scare, you know. So they don't know the background. So that's why it's part of our responsibility to give them the information that they need.
More times than not, the reporter will come into the office and being like, hey, this is what you're doing today. It's like, perfect example. One day I was reporting how a kitten got stuck up in a tree, and so they had to call the local fire department, but the local affiliates and the community, they love animals, so they're like, yeah, Kim, go report about that kitten stuck in a tree and how this firefighter's a hero. The next day, I was covering a double homicide.
Was it the cat?
No, the cat didn't do it. Now see, that would be national news, okay? They have that book. That could have been my big break, no. But as we wrap up this discussion, again, it was just a real pleasure to be able to speak with you guys all about the media, and I hope you found little tidbits that were helpful. If you guys have any other additional questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. And also, too, we didn't have enough time just due to just the time of everything. We want to make sure that we're wrapping things up. We were going to have the opportunity to do a little bit of a breakout of role play, kind of mock interview. So there are 5 questions that I just would like to state for you all, just to keep in mind when being approached by the media. And I think we might be able to have an opportunity to have these lists of questions posted along with the slide deck, I think on the foundation website, if I'm not mistaken. Which, by the way, I just want to give a big shout out and thank you to Anna, who created the slide deck. So thank you so much, Anna. First question, obviously, as what I mentioned before, is knowing what C. diff is. What is C. diff? So in layman's terms, how do you, as a patient advocate, how would you describe what C. diff is? Secondly, how did you know when you had C. diff? So they might ask you about, when did you know that you contracted it? What were your symptoms like? What was that experience like for you, not knowing exactly who to turn to? Or from the receiving end, what was it like for you seeing a loved one experience this and you were completely helpless? How has C. diff impacted your life, either since your initial diagnosis or in general from the receiving end looking out towards a loved one who has had C. diff? Also, too, big, huge factor. Why should people care? It sounds simple, you know, like the who, the what, the where, the when, the why, and how. Why should people care? If there's any question that should be on the forefront of your mind constantly when you're trying to engage the media, it's that one. Why now? Why should people care? You each have your own individual answers to that question. If you're to make anything sharp and crisp, it's the why. And lastly, the gift question. Is there anything like you would like to say in addition before we wrap up this interview? If you are provided with that gift question, hallelujah, that's fantastic. You are encountering and speaking with a really nice reporter that's giving you that opportunity to say the last word. More times than not, you won't have that. If that's the case, you need to create your own gift question. But thank you so much again for your time, and have a great day.
So I think that's our last session, right? Are we? Oh, wow.
That's amazing.
I know.
Really, right on time.
We went into a wormhole and almost got back on time. So I did want to make a note that this a whole tips sheet from Tonic and Sanofi is in. We didn't want to hole punch it because it would have like gotten to the words, but it's in the back of your binder, so that is a great resource. I definitely want to thank the folks at Tonic Media. I say it with love. But yeah, so I really want to thank them. I want to thank Susan for helping us and Sanofi for helping us do this part of the session. I want to thank all of the advocates who volunteered to go back there and be interviewed. And
I even like to cheeky too, but point out maybe things that we could do better or things that we should do. Was it that kind of an interview, or was it more of an interview to get their stories for like a PSA?
Yeah, we were originally going to do it and then we did it time, but we decided we had a long 2 days, so I don't know who's going to do the editing, but after it's done, I'm sure Christian has your contact information and can make it available, and hopefully we got a lot of good stuff that might be able to go up on YouTube, and just consider a montage of different people saying how the disease affected them, or what it felt like to have a loved one be affected by this disease and not survive. It's all about raising awareness of the disease.
Yeah. I was just about to say, for the purposes, as Susan just said, those of you that I had the honor and privilege of speaking to, you hit the nail right on the head. Honestly, you were all honest with me. You were authentic. You expressed and explained how it impacted your lives. And that's the type of content that is going to be shown on however type of social media or visual platform that the foundation decides, as well as Susan. Right. So as long as you give consent, then it will be posted. Again, anything that I could recommend would be to know your key talking points. So have an idea before an interview of exactly the real big messages that you want to state. Right, the fact you didn't have it and the fact you quote unquote winged it, that you really should never do, I mean, major props. That's why I said it was wonderful. But you were coming from a place of honesty, and I felt that, and you felt that, and I couldn't be directed in a better light. So you all did a wonderful job, and just thank you for allowing me to be able to ask you those questions.
Let me answer in another way, which is, so we are going to have stuff edited down. We are going to think, I mean, I haven't even seen any of it yet. I have it transcribed, so it'll probably be a little while before we get there. We do want to redo the PSA. I've been talking to Richard about what the next steps for that stuff are. So we will not put anything out there that you guys don't look at and approve. There's a lot, even people like you stumble, and there will. I'm sorry, my brain just froze. Vicki, who also works in this world, maybe if you guys are super interested and you want to get better at that particular part of advocacy, I think we could find a time to review them and have conversations, or do a Skype together and say well, this is what we thought, this sort of thing we can improve. And also, I think I said this yesterday when we were beginning to for us, this is the launch pad. There were about 10 people who couldn't travel to be with us, so we will be working with them as well. We have about 30 people now across the country who want to be advocates in one way or another. So after this, we're going to focus a little bit. And if you filled out the form about what you want to do and how you'd like to do it, make sure that you give that to us with your name on it, because it'll help us follow up with people more individually. But I can imagine us, having 5 or 6 people who really want to focus on being spokespeople, and then, maybe it'll be with Tonic, maybe it'll be with another group where we will continue to help you and coach you and train you and Liam too, because look at that guy. You do, it's a certain string, sure. I want to also release everybody to go back and enjoy the rest of this beautiful day. It's hard, it's always hard for me to evaluate things, but I feel this met and exceeded my vision and expectations. I hope it met and exceeded your expectations for your participation. I just think, I know how we feel doing this on a regular basis, and I just think that it's incredibly brave for folks like you who have been drafted into C. diff, into this battle to keep going, keep stepping forward. And for those of you who, feel at least relatively C. diff free to still want to be in this to help prevent others from experiencing what you have experienced. I just think it's amazing, and I want you to all get a round of applause. I think there's so much said this last year that I can't sum up properly, but I'm thrilled and excited that you're here. I'm thrilled and excited to be doing this full time now, and I just feel as Helen and I were joking, I think, C. diff came to Brooklyn and we're going to kick C. diff's ass. So I definitely want to thank our sponsors. I want to thank Susan Watkins from Sanity and the folks at Tonic Media who are very generous in doing the media training and helping us film all that stuff. I do want to thank Richard for jumping in at the 12th of November, since I forgot to actually get a videographer until the 12th of November. I really also want to thank all the presenters. I've been doing this now for 5 years, and Helen and Eileen and Lisa and Catherine and I don't want to miss anybody, and Julie Regan with her amazing expertise. You really have had the chance to learn from some of the leaders in patient safety and patient advocacy. And I'm just amazed that we were able to get everybody here. And I also have to give super thanks and shout out to Katie, Carl, and Laura Arngraff, who put up with me for the last month as this was coming closer and closer. Yeah, I know, it's tough. But thanks everybody. So yeah, we're gonna start closing up shop and enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Thanks so much.